All right. After stream ended yesterday, I heroically and decisively made an appointment with the doctor for my allergies. That's all I can do. I can't same day it. You know? I can't same day it. I also picked up some antihistamines and corticosteroids, for my nose. How far off is it? It's a little while off. We're gonna do the best we can. In the meantime, I'm so proud of you. My beautiful partner helped. Aren't you better now? I know. I know. Are you in the Epstein files too? Well, seeing as how basically everyone on Earth is in the files, I worry one of these days, Age-wise, I would be a victim, but I worry, like, one day I'm going to wake up from a fucking fever dream, and they're going to be like, yeah, we had fucking Ian Koczynski, the only 10-year-old John, on Little St. James. He had a big no-touching sign, like, fucking sandwich boarded over his back to let everyone else know he was there to play ball. Jesus Christ. I don't think so, but we all know I got a bad memory. God almighty. Epstein was sending FNAF Fuda porn to his buddies. That's fucking hilarious. Yep. Yes, sir. Man, there's some crazy stuff in this file drop, huh? Jesus Christ. He was also banned on Xbox Live. Uh-huh. Get all the fun stuff out of the way quick. Yeah, here he is sending foxy Fuda porn over email. He's like, pretty good, pretty good. Five Nights at Freddy's. The Melania documentary director in the files? Yep. You know who else is in the files? Barry Weiss's wife, in addition to a guy she hired 4 days ago. She's gay? Barry Weiss? Yeah. And it's true. Jeffrey Epstein was permanently banned from Xbox Live. It was in his vacation email info. In 2013, permanently suspended due to harassment, threats, or abuse of other players. They had a terms of service requirement. You cannot be a sex offender on Xbox Live. But the real timeline, as we all know, is this was after Bill Gates was hooked up with a Russian prostitute by Epstein and received an STD from her. And then Bill Gates didn't want to transfer the STD to his wife, so he surreptitiously asked Epstein for antibiotics to cure the STD. And Epstein got annoyed with him. And then Bill got annoyed back and banned them off Xbox Live. All of that is real, by the way. Like actually. Was Scott Cawthon in the files? Not yet, but we'll get him soon. The journalist Barry Weiss hired was in deep. Yeah. This is the guy who Barry Weiss just hired to work on CBS News. You know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you, said this guy, Peter Attia, to Jeffrey Epstein in 2015. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Fascinating. It's probably safe to assume at this point that anyone in American media or political life affiliated with Israel is in on the Epstein conspiracy. Like, that's just a straightforward... That is a really, like, easy dice roll. If you want to, like, play it straight on that one. I'm just, like, if you're a betting man, and I'm not, but if you are, that's a solid one. Sheesh. Is this the double circumcision guy? No. That's a different guy who probably is also affiliated. You know what? The double Johnny Two Snips. You know what vibe he gives me? He missed the Epstein boat. That's the vibe he gives me. He like hastily converted to Judaism, tried to get in on the big game, but he did it too late. The ship had already sailed. Like Elon? Elon was provided child sex slaves by Epstein. He got in with enough time. Double it for the next one. Double it, give it to the next guy. Yeah. Did these people believe Epstein would never get caught because it's crazy they're emailing Epstein with shit like, boy, I do love being a pedophile? Okay, here's the problem. It It's not a matter of whether they got caught. The FBI had millions of files on them. They're just all in on it. Like, why would they ever worry about getting caught? Like, everybody knew. The reason we have these files is because they were submitted. There are thousands of testimonies that were brought to the DOJ and FBI. What do they have to fear? It's an extremely big club, and you're not in it. The biggest club of all. Epstein's a goofy goober. This bizarre video of Jeffrey Epstein chasing girls around his kitchen was released in the latest Epstein files yesterday. Well, that's just great. That's just great. This is why they took so long releasing the files, you know? Having to manually censor them with the black bars in every frame of the video. Why did it uncensor points? They didn't do a very good job. I feel gross now. Here. This will make you feel better, okay? Jeffrey Epstein doing a jig. Oh, here he is in his patented Nick Fuentes branded sweater. Yeah, the pedo shuffle. He was more powerful than you think. He had the Israeli prime minister on speed dial. Buddy, he had multiple U.S. presidents, former and current, on speed dial. What do you mean, Israeli prime minister? He had everyone. Seeing some people say Chomsky at other point disagree with the racial IQ, but in these emails he agreed with them. I think this email snippet, like, is missing some context. Like, there's a larger email chain here. God, Jeffrey Epstein is such a fucking email chad. Look at how many goddamn typos there are in everything he puts out there. Holy shit. It's incredible. Well, what if it's a code? I really don't think they needed to talk in code. The only time the only bit in these emails where I saw Epstein act as though they actually had to maintain a guise of secrecy was when Epstein was asked if he had any influence over Assad, and he was like, not for email. By the way, I'm trying to get a friend out of prison in Syria. You don't happen to have anyone with influence over Assad, do you? Not for email. That's really fucking funny, dude. Oh my god. Makes me wonder who it is. Could just be Assad himself. Did Epstein control the world or some shit? No, it's just that all the people who do control the world are friends, right? There's like okay, let's do the real bit, okay? You know, the whole like slopulism, the culture war was put in place by the elites to distract you while they rob the world of all of its wealth. You know how that's always been true? It is now truer than it has ever been in all of human history. I cannot believe it. It feels fake, but it's real. Epstein probably had a hand in the release of POL on 4chan. Moot relaunched POL on basically the same day he met Jeffrey Epstein for the first time. Launched October 23rd, 2011. And here are emails between Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein between the 20th of October 2011 and the 24th of October 2011, in which they talk about meeting up. So, you know, Epstein was close to Bannon, so this makes sense. What's POL? The politics board on 4chan, also the ideological zenith of basically everything we're dealing with today. 4chan has never had that many users, but it was basically like the origin point of the infection that then went on to seep into all of, not just American, but like Western political discourse. The culture war seems as though it was entirely constructed. If you think about it, it makes sense because Steve Bannon back in 2015, 2016 was not only a close confidant of both Epstein and Trump, but also the big advocate for the exploitation of lonely internet men for the purposes of like right-wing radicalization. Steve Bannon was the guy saying like, hey, you know all these nerdy, sexless young men who are like agitated, frustrated, they're like Gamergate types or whatever. Those guys are the perfect base for the MAGA movement. And he was completely correct. And wow, it turns out that Bannon was affiliated not only with Epstein, but Epstein was affiliated with Moot when he made the POL board, and the POL board was the epicenter of this entire goddamn thing. Asmongold types? Yep. The entire right-wing culture war was manufactured by Epstein as a way of getting Trump elected and also promulgating a pro-right-wing, pro-pedophile culture. Simple as. The entire thing was a deep state op. It's not even a joke. Didn't know it was this deep. Yep. Wait, so woke is the one true anti-Epstein position? Yes. Yeah, I've got good news for you guys. We're the main characters and we're the heroes. We are literally like the only institution culturally that Epstein has not had any ties to. Epstein has had ties to academia, Republican and Democrat politicians, Israel, whatever you want, you know. And the entire like dissident right-wing culture war, which by the way, coincidentally seems to have amalgamated to the point where Nick Fuentes, the envoy of the ideological follow-through to the POL board, is now defending Jeffrey Epstein and selling his sweaters. The only group that's outside of this is the left. That's it. We are and always have been the heroes of history. Did you see his emails where he admits to being a literal Jewish supremacist? Yeah, but like, why is that surprising? He was also everything else bad. And also all the people he interacted with were some kind of surprising. Like, yeah, of course, obviously. If he was Armenian, he'd be an Armenian supremacist. I don't like it's yeah, fork found in kitchen. Does Israel have this much influence in any other country? It's not really Israeli influence because you're putting the cart before the horse here, okay? The power center here is international capital and finance. Israel is just an extension of American capital and finance. It's not really like it's not the Israeli government controlling the American government. It's that both the Israeli and American governments are loyal to international capital. I think the Israeli government might just be a little bit more transparent about it sometimes. Or well, used to be. Not so much anymore, right? Not now. Now that Trump is president and he's like, we're invading Venezuela for the oil companies or whatever. Now Israel and America might be like on par in terms of how shamelessly they're sucking off international capital. But you know, before that point, they were less subtle. Mom Donnie's mom's also in the files. I heard that, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know anything about it. It's a possibility though. This is going to cause so much anti-Semitism. It's crazy. In a 2009 email to Jewish American academic Roger Schenck, Jeffrey Epstein disparaged non-Jews and bragged about profiting from financial speculation, claiming success by shorting shipping futures while Goyim bore real economy risks. So here's the double standard, okay? Jeffrey Epstein almost like exclusively hung out with right-wingers. Well, I shouldn't say exclusively. He hung out with lots of people. But a ton of people on the right are open white supremacists. Why is it special that he's a Jewish supremacist? You know what I mean? I don't get like, oh, people are going to lose their minds over this. Okay, every day we get more and more information about how every right wing in power right now is a neo-Nazi. Why is Jeffrey Epstein being the Jewish equivalent of a neo-Nazi like a surprising development or interesting? Like, I guess it's like, are there Jewish supremacists? Yeah, of course there are. Dude, there are fucking Croat supremacists. There are Azerbaijani supremacists. There are supremacists for ethnic groups you couldn't even dream of. Okay? There are people out there arguing that the fact that they have two sheep instead of their neighbor who has one sheep is evidence of their God-given dominion over the earth, all right? I promise you, there are lots of there are lots of measureheads, you know? Also, if I was Jewish, I'd be saying this shit for kicks. This is the way the Jew makes money and made a fortune in the past 10 years selling short the shipping futures, let the Goyim deal in the real world. That's fucking funny. I'd be posting like that all the time if I was Jewish. Be talking like Measurehead. He's not wrong, though. That's how American capital works now. That's true. That is true. So what were we talking about? The Azerbaijani Khanate will make you regret this mockery. We are sending horse battalion to your house now. From the Caucasus they ride. In only 3 months they will make it to my position. I better wrap this streaming biz up. So everyone's a pedophile? Everyone rich is a pedophile. You know, people used to get mad at me when I said all billionaires are pedophiles. Look who's laughing now. Like, Jesus Christ, right? Melania confirmed to have met Trump through Epstein. We already knew that. I remember flying back with Donald on his plane. The first weekend I went to visit you in Florida was the weekend he met Melania, and he kept coming out of the bedroom saying, wow, what a hot piece of ass. This part isn't in her documentary, is it? The documentarian of Melania was also in the Epstein files. Melania threatened to sue Hunter Biden for suggesting Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump. No wonder they all defended Epstein so much. This is how they all got their girlfriends and wives. Anyway, yeah. This really does make me feel like I live in a simulation, though. The idea that it is very likely the entire right-wing culture war was created by Jeffrey Epstein, or at least heavily influenced by him, in an effort to, A, normalize pedophilia, B, like, 4chan is the most easily manipulable forum in existence, man. With everyone being anonymous, like creating bots or like additional accounts or whatever to manipulate public opinion is trivially easy. It's so much easier. There's no standard of credibility that you get by, like, at least on Twitter, if a profile is a zero post bot, you can see they have zero posts, zero followers, zero followers. Like, you look at that and you're like, okay, it's a bot, whatever. No way of knowing. 4chan accounts, you know what I mean. Posting profile, you know what I mean. Posts, anonymous posts. The whole goddamn thing. Pedocon theory's never been more validated. It goes beyond that, man. Like, I don't know. I feel like my entire life, I've been dealing with like the remnants of Epstein and Moot meeting up in 2011. What if we created a containment board for politics on 4chan and then we seeded it with lots and lots of far-right propaganda so we use it to kickstart stuff like Gamergate, Pizzagate, QAnon, like every single fucking like right-wing movement that is now metastasized and developed into the modern MAGA crowd, all of it a construction of Jeffrey Epstein, or at least influenced by Jeffrey Epstein. So your career is owed to Epstein? In the sense that if it wasn't for Jeffrey Epstein and the power that he represents, we would all be living in a better world and there'd be less need for leftist content? Yeah, probably. Everyone with more than 25 real in their pocket is a pedophile who needs to be impaled. That's fucking true. Emails allege Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with filmmaker Woody Allen in March 2012 for what was described in the correspondence as a pedophile convention. Well, Jeffrey Epstein corrects. He says, I think pedophilie is the plural. Pedophile. Because they're going to France. Will all this coming out weak in MAGA? Probably not. Not by much, at least. Donald Trump could openly admit to being a pedophile and it wouldn't swing the needle that much. If anything, it kind of seems like the long goal here from Epstein and people affiliated with him was to develop a right wing that wouldn't care about pedophilia, you know? Like, for instance, there's an allegation in here that President Bush was also affiliated and raped the baby and so on, you know, classic Epstein stuff. But if all these allegations had come out in 2006 against George Bush, you know, that would have sunk his presidency. I mean, that would have been the end of it, you know? That would have been it. Over. Like that. But now we have developed a right wing that is immune to these accusations because they simply don't care. Oh, this is Bush Sr.? Oh, gotcha. Well, the point stands in either case. Makes sense, though. He was a CIA boy. When saying baby, do they literally mean fucking a child? You do know they fucked, like, actual children, right? It was Epstein's Island. It wasn't a bit. They weren't doing it for the gram. The gram wasn't even a thing back then. I don't think. Alleged George H.W. Bush raped a male victim and that the same victim was subjected to a ritual sacrifice in which his feet were cut off with a sword. The victim says he witnessed a child being torn apart, having their intestines pulled out aboard a yacht. He says the people on the yacht ate the intestinal waste. Yeah, sure, why not? I believe it. Why not? NYPD Detective Bureau, Child Exploitation / Human Trafficking Task Force. From the task force in New York. Thanks, I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what else you say to that. Does this warrant leftist QAnon? You don't really have to be conspiratorial, man. It's all kind of like out in the open. I don't know. It basically just seems like every bit of elitism and conspiracy and crime and graft that were committed by, I don't know, the French royals, basically just continued undeterred. It's like nature abhors a vacuum. And if you create a system where an ungodly amount of power is concentrated in the hands of a small number of people, those people will then go on to rape and sacrifice children, you know? It basically like one-to-one. It doesn't matter what culture, language, whatever else. Does not matter. It's just a material consequence of the desire of the uber wealthy to reify their supremacy over others by committing acts that no one else could get away with, you know? That happened with the French elite? Yeah, of course. They just didn't like have journalists back then. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Basically every system of extreme like inequity produces this kind of behavior to some degree or another, with basically no exceptions. Stalin was a pedophile, Mao was a pedophile, Hitler was a pedophile. The French royals were pedophiles, the English aristocracy were pedophiles. They're all like just over and over and over and over and over. All the way down. If this doesn't move the needle at all, then what will? I don't know. I still can't get over the whole culture war thing, man. What is it with power and pedophilia? Why that in particular? Because it's taboo, and because they're trying to, again, they're trying to reify their supremacy over others by proving they can get away with doing stuff that other people would get in trouble for. That's it. It's not like it's the only thing they do. They do other crimes. They do financial crimes all the time. They kill people, absolutely. They bury the bodies, but they do all sorts of stuff. This is just the stuff that you know, it's the more sensational. Like you expect, oh yeah, powerful people have people killed, of course, you know, whatever. This is the more sensational stuff, you know? They do all of it. They do it because they can do it. Killing people is less sensational. Yeah, I think in my opinion, it is more sensational for the global elite to engage in ritualistic child sacrifice and rape than it is for them to kill people occasionally. You know, you can, again, it's I don't want to argue with you about this, okay? I don't really care how you feel about it. Does POL being an astroturf change or call into question any of the political theory we've developed around the online right over the last decade? No, if anything, it proves that I've been right this entire time. The right literally cannot exist without capital. Left thought, leftism, socialism, or even like left liberalism, all are produced as natural byproducts of interactions with the world. They're natural, sane, reasonable engagements. They're emergent. They're like properties that are emergent from experience with the world. Whereas the right wing, at least as it exists today, certainly, you know, I'm not saying literally every conservative impulse is artificial, but the modern right wing is entirely artificial, entirely created by capital. It could not exist without billions of dollars being funneled in from the capital class to sustain it. And the reason they do that is because they exist to give cover for their crimes. In this case, it's as direct as it can be, right? Epstein was involved in the creation of the modern right wing culture war, which has then in turn, produced an online culture that defends Epstein. This is why the entire right wing media is now defending Epstein, or they don't talk about it. They pretend that Trump wasn't in these files, or that it's all fake, or that it doesn't mean anything, you know? It's like Megyn Kelly going to live to talk about how Trump fucking barely, like, illegal girls isn't bad because they're just 16 or whatever, right? Like, they all know what's in the checkbook, what they're paid to do. All of them. It's an entirely artificial position that is worthy not of consideration or debate. It's worthy only of scorn. And in a good world, mass disenfranchisement. You know, like conservatives shouldn't be able to vote, obviously. Like your ideology was literally created by a pedophile so that he could rape kids for longer. Like that is literally why your ideology exists. It's insane that you're even allowed to talk to me or look me in the eyes. Um, yes. Was Epstein really sending FNAF Futanari to his buddies? Yes. Who amongst us? God bless Thomas Massey, man. I forgive you for every one of your terrible fucking political positions. Within hours of the Epstein file release, a super PAC funded by Israel First billionaires Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, who himself appears in Epstein's Black Book, bought another 800,000 of TV ads against me. I'll still win, but if I lose, it was worth it. Massey, you can have whatever dog shit social and economic positions you want if you keep on fighting the fight, all right? Whatever you want, man. Epstein writing to his bank he bought V-Bucks. Oh my fucking god. This might be fake. But I want to believe that it's not. You're allowed to believe whatever you want right now as long as it inspires hate against the capital class. That's what I believe, you know? Keep in mind with the poll thing that Moot was also steering strongly against Gamergate back on V and arguably left the platform due to poll taking it over. Not saying this is purely coincidence, but I don't think it was a fully planned out thing either. Things are rarely fully planned out from the get-go, but the idea that Epstein was involved in Poll's creation is just too much to ignore. Poll is literally the epicenter of the modern conservative movement online. It ended up inspiring basically everything. Everything the MAGA movement is today, everything that it became, all of it had its roots there. The idea that he would meet with Epstein literally the day he would create Poll. It's not the only time that Epstein's been like overly involved in online, like the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was a super Reddit user, like a super prominent mod who had a lot of influence in how Reddit was directed. Back when r/jailbait was super popular, who could, you know, what a coincidence. She was a Redditor? Dude, she was the Redditor. She wasn't a Redditor. She was she was an extremely influential power user. Poll was made right around 4chan started to shift to the right when it was a left-wing site in the 2000s. How coincidental, you know? Moot creates a board that would have basically no moderation and no social pressure against open neo-Nazism, and they create it on a site where it's incredibly easy to control public discourse by having just a handful of Mossad agents or whoever else, right? Just post whatever they want. All you have to do is literally, you could control all of Poll by having a dozen people working in the Wojak/Pepe mines and just posting shit, you know, about Indians or Jews or whatever. Just it takes like nothing. It's so easy to influence. Larry Summers, Biden's economist, wrote to Epstein complaining about his kids liking Bernie in 2015. Yeah. Larry Summers' affiliation with Epstein is not new news, but that is very funny. Kids great, though tired of some of their admiration for Bernie Sanders. How are you? Bernie Sanders vindicated. Through time and history, a glorious God ray of light shines down upon him from the heavens. Jews believe in heaven, right? Yeah, they do. They just don't believe in hell. Some do? Okay. Epstein was part of the Dark Enlightenment. I could have told you that one. But yeah, I saw this. From Anonymous to Jeffrey Epstein. Have just realized when you criticize democracy, you used Plato's argument with the surgery. I also realized cum is really good body lotion. Just really high IQ stuff happened. Yeah, I agreed with reform Nazi Richard Hanania here. More compelling than anything Yarvin's ever written. Average donos? Yeah. It's so childish. Yeah, it's not like these people are smart or savvy. What is the Dark Enlightenment? Another psyop designed to shift people towards the far right. As it always is. Why would a wealthy cabal of pedos that controls the system allow that system to out their dark secrets? That's like asking how the royals allowed the French Revolution to happen. You don't control everything. There's no such thing as controlling the entire system. Also, dude, look, all these files are getting released. Do you see anybody being arrested? Remember, the deep state has long believed that public faith in democracy was going to decline at some point anyway. Isn't this the ultimate affirmation of that? We have like incredibly compelling evidence that basically every single powerful person in America is a pedophile and a criminal, a very bad one, and nothing is going to come of it. Nobody's going to be arrested. Isn't this a great way to disenfranchise and disillusion people? Why bother voting, you know? Just submit to Palantir. It doesn't make a difference anyway. It coming out as part of the power flex? Yeah, to an extent, I think so. Yeesh. Some news, huh? How disenfranchised do you feel? I don't know. Do you feel powerful right now? I've heard somewhere the POL launch was planned a couple months prior, so the launch might be a coincidence. Don't give them a pass like that. You don't need to establish that everything was always like a plan from 0 to 100 on the part of everyone involved. All you have to do is establish his connections, okay? The fact that Epstein just coincidentally happens to be connected to literally everyone in power all the time, you can't write this off. Epstein and Bannon directly benefited from what POL became. They definitely had a hand in it. Whether or not they were the ones who came up with the idea of creating it, they definitely used it after the fact. I gotta send this off to the editors. It was all Epstein, the entire right-wing culture war. Or something like that. Not surprising, but very disheartening. Makes you wonder what remains in the 80% of files they haven't released, There's got to be even worse stuff in there. I have a feeling that they're really like sitting on all the child rape videos for the end. They're like, how are we gonna, how are we gonna handle those? Thought they released half. They've released about 20% of the files, and they've already implicated the entire Western world. So, None of the files have mentioned where Epstein got his money from. Well, that wouldn't be in the file. Why would the FBI collect information on that? I'm pretty sure that Epstein got his money legitimately, right? I mean, he had a bunch of connections, but that's how everyone gets money, Like his financial assets were public info for the most part. There might be some undeclared stuff in there, but he was, just doing business shit. Epstein's parents? I don't know anything about Epstein's parents. That being said, Epstein's brother seems to be like a pretty normal guy, so I don't think it had much to do with inherited wealth. He was apparently actually a bad investor. Well, I mean, Elon's a retard and he's the wealthiest man on earth, so. His dad was Mossad, right? No, that's Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Or brother? Dad or brother? Her dad? Okay, her dad. This video covers how Epstein got rich. I'll take a look.
President Trump ordered this operation. There were multiple explosions in Caracas starting at around 2 a.m. local time.
The most criminal military
have been doing a bit of digging. 2 days before his completely unsuspicious death, the alleged financier Jeffrey Epstein signed an updated last will and testament which roughly detailed assets worth an estimated $577 million. What has remained unclear in the almost 6 years since, though, is how he actually made all of this money. Before becoming the centerpiece of an ongoing international scandal, Epstein was most publicly described as a high-profile finance guy that made his money by moving other people's money around in creative ways. But even in the 1980s, ultra-wealthy individuals still New York Dynamo, which is just...
This might be a little bit too technical for me to enjoy watching on stream. Also, I don't want to steal too much content. Holy new technology connections. 92 minutes. Oh my god. Eric Trump's also in the files. He's just as bad as Trump. That doesn't surprise me. Eric Trump in the file. Why did you find something with 1 like on it? What is who's 1 like? This could all be fucking fake. Eric Trump's also in the files. It's stated in them he choked a victim, killed and skinned his hamster because he was mad when he was a kid. This guy's a monster just like daddy. Oh, not very, oh, this is you. I see. You got to give me a retweet, you know? Reality is consensus, as the woman in BioShock 2 said, which I just started playing. Are Americans okay? This level of apathy seems unbelievable to me. Where are you from, motherfucker? Where are you from? I guarantee you there are people in your shit-ass country that have ties to Epstein. Where are you from? I could pull your IP from your account. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Portugal? Not even a real country. Epstein wouldn't even waste his time. He would just go to Brazil. If he wanted people speaking Portuguese, he would go to the real country that speaks Portuguese, okay? Come on. We weren't invited. Yeah, you weren't cool enough. They speak Brazilian in Portugal? Yeah, they do. Crazy how that worked, huh? Epstein discussing Jewish purity. He's just like me. Epstein worked with an individual named Masha Drakova. Isn't this a Nazi account, or am I misremembering? Who suggested Epstein should only be working with DNA-tested Jews, as the more Jew you are, the smarter you are. Epstein from the same email reportedly said... Wait, this is just what somebody else said? Epstein, like, worked with tons and tons of open eugenicists. Yeah, this was from somebody else. Dog, listen, okay? Most, like, super right-wing Jews are Jewish supremacists, in the same way that most super right-wing people of any fucking group are their own group supremacists. It's innate to it's almost innate to conservatism. You know? Like, like people are going to go crazy with the conspiracy here, but like Epstein hung out with tons and tons of white Anglo-Saxons who are white Anglo-Saxon supremacists, you know? Like, are there Jewish supremacists? Yeah, no shit. They like run Israel. What do you want? Obviously. Oh, he's wearing the Nick Fuentes quarter zip. You know, it would be a really, really, really funny bit if somebody could get their hands on this and then compare it to the Nick Fuentes off-brand copy and do like a quality control. They're with Epstein's, they're like, YKK zipper, triple stitch construction at the seams. Oh, wow, really nice back pleat over here. Gives you lots of room when reaching forward. And then with Nick Fuentes, they're like, what the fuck? It's pilling already? It's pilling already? The zipper is plastic, man. Jesus Christ. We used to have standards. Guy who uses all this as an open to discuss planned obsolescence. That would legitimately be such a fucking funny hook. Like, it's honestly kind of what Die Workwear does, right? Where he talks about fashion but springboards off of political drama sometimes for the funsies, you know? That would, but this might be a touch too edgy. The Epstein versus Nick Fuentes JEE quarter zip discourse, that might be a little bit too much for the Die Workwear account, you know? You're the only one in the position to do it. Well, I'd have to get my hands on the actual Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip, which might be difficult. Probably not a custom job. Probably like printed a blank on something. You know, you'd have to do some research, but I don't have the ties. I never assumed Epstein had an actual political motivation behind him. Well, his political motivation was his own power more than anything else. But yeah, for the most part, people are machines of rationalization. You know, people will develop a worldview that gives them permission to do the things that they want to do. If they want to be good to people, they'll rationalize it. If they want to be bad to people, they'll rationalize it. So for the most part, I find that when you're addressing how people think, you have to first address like how they feel. And for people like Epstein, the only thing they care about is power. That's it. Everyone affiliated with Epstein, it's just power. All these people would switch their political positions on a dime if it was like the path to power for them. It's the case with Trump. It's the case with almost any of them. It's actually relatively rare to find political extremists this close to the center of power who are ideologically motivated. A good example might be Miller. I think Miller is ideologically motivated. But Vance? No, 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 no. A lot of the other people in the admin, not even close. God, look at Tulsi Gabbard. You know, like, okay, yeah. Very principled. And that's why Miller's falling from grace? Yes, to an extent. It makes him less flexible. Less flexible. So if POL was a psyop from the beginning, was it one that got out of their control? No, POL has been the greatest gift to Epstein and his associates ever imaginable. All they've done is produce a culture that normalizes and defends pedophilia and right-wing extremism. It's literally been like the greatest thing imaginable for them. POL wasn't even remotely involved in the release of the Epstein files, because at the end of the day, the people who POL got elected fought against the release of the files. Kash Patel said there was no evidence Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking minors. Dan Bongino, likewise, and he quit over it because he didn't want to have to keep lying because it was stressful. Went back to his fucking podcast job. Trump, your boy Trump, nonstop defensive lying, run away from it, all of it. POL has done nothing but obstruct and distract from the actual Epstein files. If POL actually wanted the Epstein files released, or I'm sorry, I guess what I should say is, if POL as a political entity was consistent in this, then they wouldn't have elected Trump, the guy who everyone knows has been affiliated with Epstein since before the first time he got elected president. We already knew he was friends with Epstein. They were publicly friends in the 90s. The idea that POL has been like this like deep provocateur that defied the will of the Jewish overlords that created them and has actually sown the seeds of their downfall is unbelievable, Cope. Holy shit, like you'd have to be insane to think that. But I know that's the narrative they're going with. I know that's the narrative they're going with. They're like, no. Electing the best friend of Epstein and electing a ton of people who are rampantly defending Epstein and blocking the release of the files, all of that was part of our long-term plan. Come on. Come on. They don't care in POL. They post how Jeffrey Epstein's based. Fuck yeah, of course, because they're pedophiles and he's a pedophile. They don't believe in anything. They're just lonely, aspirational young men who idealize the concept of having power. These are like literally the dredges of society. They're like scum on the bottom of the ocean. They don't have to be that way. They could like, you know, go outside and talk to people, but they choose to be that way to a large extent. So they idealize somebody who they perceive to be powerful, wealthy, and socially aspirational, which, to be fair, Jeffrey Epstein is all those things. He was powerful, was wealthy, and was obviously a social butterfly. Can't really fault him, you know, on those grounds. He definitely talked to a lot of people. So they idealize him because the alternative would be to admit that their entire movement has been a psyop by a literal Jewish supremacist mogul who controls the deep state. You know, it's pretty much you idealize Jeffrey Epstein or you acknowledge that you have been played for the biggest fucking fool in the universe. He's literally the guy. He's the guy. He's an ideal of a frat boy. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein's 100% a frat boy. Easily. Yeah. Like archetypally. So, fell for it harder than anyone who's ever lived. Well. Can we get his face off screen, please? I'm really sorry, but you're going to be hearing about him and seeing him for the rest of your life. He's friends with every single powerful person. Even the people who didn't know him, like Joe Biden, we assume, did nothing to stop him. He is kind of doing a cat face. You know who he looks like here? Gandolfini. Doesn't he have a little bit of a Tony? Like, he does the cat smile. Tony does the cat smile. Like Caitlin Collins does. You know, where they have the, like... Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, the entire media circuit in the UK right now is talking about how Prince Andrew has some real bad photos in this new drop. Oh yeah. I've heard about them. Not to mention the Duke. Which Duke was it? He was also implicated in the files. It was a Duke. Which Duke? I don't remember which Duke. He tried to become friends with a former Australian PM, but the PM refused. Well, that's nice. So wait, he talked back and forth with Epstein. What evidence is there that he, like, refused Epstein? Do not show any direct contact between Dr. Rudd and Epstein. Others indicate there were attempts by mutual acquaintances of Jeffrey Epstein to introduce him to Dr. Rudd. Okay, so it looks like they were trying to make the connection, but didn't. Oh, the Duke of York is Prince Andrew's title? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I think I remember hearing that. Sorry, I'm not really familiar with, like, British royal business. Okay, gotcha. So it's all Andrew. Okay, gotcha. Didn't he lose his title? Well, he had it in the emails. Eesh. Has anyone picked up the torch after Epstein died? In the files, there is at least one survivor who says the financial network that Jeffrey Epstein created and sustained is still being funded to this day. So yeah, probably. It's this whole thing is just international capital. There's no way international capital stopped doing this just because one fucking guy died in prison, you know? Like, yeah, of course. It's going on right now. They're probably keeping it a little bit more quiet, though, given all the, you know, scrutiny. Let's see how mainstream news is discussing this.
More than 3 million pages,
Speaking
2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. CNN teams are carefully sifting through the largest, and what the Justice Department says is the last, batch of Jeffrey Epstein files. It's an enormous trove of documents, and it includes references to some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet. That includes the current president, a former president, cabinet secretaries, a former prime minister, billionaires, and the list goes on and on and on. The Justice Department says tonight that its job is done.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
It took forever to load for me.
I should note that just because someone is mentioned in these documents does not mean that they've been accused of wrongdoing or did anything.
Of course, the people that we just listed as having been mentioned in the files were all, like, implicated in them to varying extents. They were not just mentioned, they were friends of Epstein.
Wrong. Many of these claims are unverified or they rely on secondhand information. But these are the key findings our team has uncovered so far, and I should note, millions of pages have come out.
Has Kash Patel said anything? Considering the fact that Kash Patel's official position on all of this is that there is no evidence Jeffrey Epstein trafficked minors, and there are no Epstein files, both things that he's said on the record under oath, he's probably just staying quiet for the most part.
We are still digging right now in this hour. Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times in these new documents. In some, he's merely mentioned in emails that Jeffrey Epstein sent to other people. But the files also contain a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was just 13 years old. According to the FBI document, this accuser, who is identified as Jane Doe, said that Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, angry that Trump was the one to take her virginity and that she was also raped by Jeffrey Epstein. This woman had previously launched lawsuits against Trump and dropped them. The last one happened right before the 2016 election. The president has
Why'd she drop them?
Previously denied these allegations. Also included in today's release was a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president compiled by the FBI in August, many of which appear to have come from unverified tips. We don't know why tonight the FBI made this list, and there are more than a dozen allegations that are included in it. But recall what the president has previously said.
By the way, how are Trump supporters trying to spin this? For the most part, they're just ignoring it. The official position of the MAGA movement is that none of this happened, and if it did, pedophilia is good, actually. Like unironically, that's where they're at. It is a death cult. They believe in nothing besides collective suicide. Again, it's like that Penguin video that I'll talk about at one of these points, by which I mean I'm just going to replay the Dan Olson video. It's like they don't really care because this is all just another blip on the road to mass suicide. So whatever.
About these documents, about the Jeffrey Epstein files, he said that they are a hoax and that the release of them could ruin people's reputations.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him.
I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
Just to be clear, Christopher Wray was the president's pick for FBI director that he put into that job. This also comes as we're learning for the first time about Jeffrey Epstein's contact with Elon Musk. You may remember Elon Musk dropped what he described as a really big bomb last year. Said Trump was in the Epstein files, and that was the real reason that they had not been made public. Well, it turns out, based on what we saw today, Musk is also in the Epstein files.
Very good messaging to accuse the Democrats of orchestrating the release of the files. Yeah, but man, wouldn't it have been cool if the Democrats had actually pushed for the release of the files? I mean meaningfully. Not as this like desperate, half-assed, last-second, post-Trump winning in 2024 effort, but more of a like, as soon as Biden wins, he prosecutes Trump for treason, and then also as a fun little drop, puts out the Epstein files, and then presumably puts Larry Summers and everyone else affiliated with Epstein in a deep, deep hole in the ground. Serious question, why can any of these pedos be sent to jail because of this statute of limitation? I'm not sure what you mean. The reason they can't be sent to jail is because they're powerful, and nobody will open investigations against them. That's it.
Emails show that he tried coordinating multiple visits to Jeffrey Epstein's private island. In one from 2013, Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein, when should we head to your island?
I'm not voting for any president in 2028 who does not promise to spend an enormous amount of money sending U.S. carrier fleets over to the seas outside of Little St. James and shelling it until there is no island left. I want to know exactly how many Tomahawk missiles it would take to vaporize the island and reduce its entire mass to a sizzling, broiling, brackish, murky, undersea dune, you know? I want to know exactly. I know we can do it. I know we have the money.
2013, Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein, when should we head to your island? The year before, he said, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? Now, this is after Musk claimed, in all caps, I should note, last year that, quote, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused. Musk's representatives did not immediately respond to CNN's request for comment for explanation for those emails and that contact. And speaking of distancing and denials, recall what President Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said just last year about a 2005 encounter that he had with Epstein at his Manhattan townhouse.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Okay, so that was 2005. The files released today showed that Howard Lutnick tried to meet or call with Epstein several times after 2005, much longer.
There will be no consequences. Oh, I saw this on my feed, by the way. I thought this one was pretty funny. So, from Jeffrey Epstein, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. In response, I am in China. I will be in the United States on the 2nd week of May. And coincidentally, on the 25th of April, 2009, you'll never guess who was in China. I legitimately don't know if that's who it is because the information is redacted, but it's not like it would be that out of pale compared to, you know. I mean, why not? Right? Why not?
Longer after. A 2011 email to Jeffrey Epstein from his assistant reads, Howard Lutnick will come see you at 5 p.m. That same year, the heading of an alarm message reads, Drinks with Howard Lutnick. And Lutnick also emailed Jeffrey Epstein's assistant in 2015, inviting Epstein to a Democratic fundraiser for Hillary Clinton that he was hosting. Asked for comment on these emails and the correspondence between the two, a spokesperson for the Commerce Department told CNN.
Isn't it crazy that the 2016 presidential election was a battle between two people who had touched tips inside of a child? Like, how the fuck? It's such a pantomime. It's all like a big show they're putting on for the rest of us. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And they're both debating each other, and internally they're both like, well, it doesn't really matter. We've both been to the island. Like, who gives a fuck? It's insane.
And Secretary Lutnick had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire
I think being friends with Epstein is a kind of wrongdoing itself, you know?
process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with, quote, the entire process, same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein, and then all of a sudden it was all anybody would talk about. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through...
Less visual descriptions. I think that nausea is the correct emotion for you guys to feel. I'm really sorry, but like everyone who controls our lives is a pedophile who rapes and tortures children. I don't know what you want. Like, it's... like, the nausea is the correct feeling. It's not just the people who have been to the island. It's the thousands and thousands of people in power who are... Like, do you have any idea how many people in the FBI and DOJ between, like, 2000 and 2025 needed to have deliberately kept the lid on this? Like, a lot of stuff was sealed until 2024, but there was still tons of information to work with. They left all of this. They just sat in it for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. All those people.
Unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
And tonight we are hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors who are
got a whiplash there for a second. We're hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein. We have a paranormal expert here channeling his spirit from beyond. Oh,
angry. Some of them frustrated that their names showed up unredacted in the files that came out today, despite what we heard from the Justice Department about a pledge to prioritize their privacy. More than a dozen of the survivors issued a new joint statement. It reads in part, this latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. Once again, survivors are having their names and identifying information exposed, while the men who abused us remain hidden and protected. That is outrageous. As survivors, we should never be the ones named, scrutinized, and re-traumatized while Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy. This is a betrayal of the very people this process is supposed to serve.
Trump copied his gaudy home decor from Epstein. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This has been known for a while. Mar-a-Lago and Little St. James are modeled after each other to a large extent. This like gaudy, degenerate bohemian, gold everywhere, marble, every material has to be the most expensive looking material. There's no such thing as like feng shui or like cohesion or whatever. Yeah, you see it in Little St. James, you see it in the White House, and you see it in Mar-a-Lago. It's the pedophile aesthetic. It's the visual. The future historians will refer to it as such, okay? It's extremely ugly.
One of the Epstein survivors who signed that statement is Jess Michaels, who says she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein when she was 22 years old. And Jess joins me now. And thank you for being here on a day like today. We've spoken with many of the survivors on this show before, and I know it's not an easy conversation to have. So I really do appreciate you joining us. When you heard the Deputy Attorney General today talking about closure, is that what you feel after this release?
Firstly, thank you so much, Caitlin, not only for having me on, but for continually having Epstein survivors on so that our voices are heard. There is not a single bit of closure today. I actually brought a little show and tell for you, Caitlin. Oh. You know how I heard you speaking with the attorney before this about the 302s, and this is what the only 302 that could be found so far in the files by someone that was combing the files for hours. It was 7 pages, and 4 of them looked like this. So we know that the victim's name is here.
Dude, the fact that we've seen as much as we've seen, and they're still censoring stuff like this, we have no idea. There is no one on earth who is cynical enough to even begin to grasp at what remains in these files, what is still censored, and what in the 80% that is yet to be released. You know, there's no human being alive is capable of the cynicism that you would need to predict what is in those files. You could it's mentally damaging to even try to approximate it.
Right, and that's appropriately redacted. So what is all of this? So there's no way for me to say to you that there's closure here. This is the exact opposite of transparency.
I mean, it must be so frustrating for you to look at that and to see just completely blacked out in the entire page.
And then we've seen pages where they're blacked out and the only thing not blacked out was a survivor's name. It is such incompetence. It is sloppy. I mean, if any one of us did our jobs the way the DOJ did this job, we wouldn't be working humans. We would lose.
Well, you'd be in jail because they're in violation of the law.
Lose our job. We would lose our place in a company because this particular job has been so egregiously done, horrifically done.
If you had been at that press conference today at the Justice Department, what do you think you would have asked?
I would have asked, then what's this? What is...
The pause was because she was reflecting on whether or not it would be a good idea for her to describe, like, attacking them on national news.
Missing from this page, because one of the things that he said was about the fact that there's no list of men, there's no treasure trove of men. Then what is this? What is missing here? This is not a survivor's name. There's no survivor's name that is this long. So what I'd like to ask any of them in the Department of Justice is, what is this? This is a victim statement. The only thing that was supposed to be redacted was her name. So this is clearly protecting someone, something.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. People aren't even done crawling through the files that were released the other day. They're going to just stop covering this shit, man. The deep state does not want people focusing on this. Look at how far down you have to scroll on the front page of the New York Times before you find it. Federal judge denies request to temporarily block ICE surge in Minnesota. Great. Bovina is said to have mocked prosecutors' Jewish faith on call with lawyers. Minnesota school district guards against ICE. ICE. Mayor Jacob Frey. Minneapolis residents. Chicago orders police. Trump's choice for Fed chair has tough job ahead. It's not the first time hawkish Fed chair. New trade on Wall Street top economists. Here we go. Down here. The powerful men who turn up in the latest batch of Epstein files. Elon Musk, Sergey Brin, and President Trump were among those who exchanged messages or visited with Jeffrey Epstein, according to newly released documents. You'll notice that when the media describes this, all they ever talk about is whether or not people were mentioned or whether they met with Epstein. They never, ever, ever talk about the dozens and hundreds of pages of detailed accusations from multiple witnesses talking about how they raped or killed people, which are all there, by the way. It's very, very interesting stuff. They're mentioned in the files. And we must remind you that merely being mentioned in the files does not constitute wrongdoing. Just ignore all of these witness testimonies. At least it's the front page in AP. Yeah, well, the Associated Press is probably less controlled by Israel than the New York Times is. Though they also don't talk at length about how horrific the shit in there is. But for every credible accusation, there's a dozen BS tip line spam. How do you know that? Like, there are lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of tips and reports from many, many people implicating the same guys over and over and over again for rape and child murder and so on. How do you know those aren't credible? Like, how else? These are from interviews with the FBI. You think that, like, random people are just randomly implicating themselves by getting interrogated by the FBI to levy accusations at the most powerful men in the world? Me, when I'm bored, like, I'm going to go down to the New York State FBI prosecutor's office and provide a bunch of information that I know will get back to Jeffrey Epstein and possibly end my life in the future? Like, how are these not credible? Like, we all know that they did child sex trafficking. Why would we ever assume any of these accusations aren't credible? I don't know, man. What's going to happen with the fact that Trump admin missed the deadline? Nothing. Do you think we'll have a candidate in 28 that will have a spine and be qualified for us? No. But, you know, fun to believe. I agree that it's presumptuous to assume they're not credible, but are there not any anonymous tips? Are they all interrogated? Sure, but I'll believe any anonymous tip against Trump or Epstein. Like, why wouldn't I? You know? Like, what benefit of the doubt should I afford the people who we know are child sex trafficking pedophiles? You know what I mean? Like, what I get, like, it. Listen, okay? If you, like, ran the, you know, this isn't like a cafeteria schoolyard rumor situation where you hear that somebody pooped their pants at homeroom and you want to verify the information before you start calling them poop pants Summers or whatever. You know, you want to. I feel like we don't have to give them a benefit of the doubt. We can just assume everything said against them is true. It's not a crime. Well, both happen, Superluminous. There are tips, and then there are lots of interviews. They have literally lied about every other thing. Yeah, that's true. They've never not lied about anything, so. To be clear, I completely agree half these fake tips probably describe details that actually happened, but it's filler in the massive documents that make it harder to find actual evidence. Your priorities are all wrong, my friend. Evidence is only relevant in criminal cases, right? It's something that police have to sort through prosecutors. No one's prosecuting them. They're all above the law. This isn't a matter of like what the best prosecutorial evidence is, because nobody will ever prosecute these men. This is entirely about public opinion. And as long as we're dealing in public opinion, I choose to believe everything said about them, because there is no reason not to. Literally none. They have given us no reason. They have indulged in every vice you can possibly indulge in, willfully, happily, for decades, with complete cover from the international press and government. Like, what? There's no reason to ever assume anything good about them. I'd believe anything. You should too. Why they choose to release these now? Well, there was a vote in the House. A discharge petition. No. Why are they releasing it all, though? I don't know. Ask them. Okay, maybe I will. Good, do it. Epstein bought off the governor of the VI, which is who killed the initial investigation. Governor of the VI? You mean of Virginia? Oh, of Virgin Islands. Oh. Informant claimed Epstein used a dark money group to wire $380,000 to the 2018 campaign of Albert Bryan, now the sitting governor of the Virgin Islands. Bryan is the governor who fired the local attorney general, leading Epstein-related investigations. Damn, that was easy. Less than $500,000 and you get to get rid of the guy investigating you. VA is Virginia, dumbass. You are completely correct. Super, super cool stuff. Voidzilla, the Young Turks, Penguin Zero. Man, you know what's nice? If nothing else, I am happy about the fact that the entire right wing is shut up. Like, if you look at social media right now, Twitter, YouTube, whatever else, every right-wing grifter right now is basically just like biding their time. Like, they all know they're pedophiles. They all love fucking kids, every one of them. But they're all just like, this is a really tough, like, news cycle to speak up in, you know? We're just gonna get ratioed. So, gonna stay quiet for a bit. They're waiting for the official narrative. No. There is no official narrative that's going to save them here. You know, it's like at the end of the day, you can only go so far in ignoring reality, right? There are always long-term consequences. It does eventually come back to bite you. Like an eerie, quiet, unsettling. They're like literally all of them have shut the fuck up. Like on my feed, on both of my Twitter accounts, I have not seen any conservative buzz. I know they're posting, don't get me wrong, but the momentum is overwhelmingly on our side. They're aware of the fact that this is a bad time to talk. r/conservative as well. Well, that subreddit has like 5 people. Reddit has always been lib-coded. They don't want to be this guy right now.
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay.
Brilliant stuff. And now he's quiet. Actually, let me take a look at his account. 1 second. Cash Money Patel. Charlie Kirk is especially quiet. Weird. No kidding. Incredible. 30 minutes ago, with Trump's leadership and Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche's, the FBI has initiated a full-scale nationwide takedown of child predators and their networks. Guys, look! Guys, look, we're doing something. You wouldn't ratio me in a post where I said that we're doing an unrelated child protection scheme, would you? You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
One of the things that we are doing is highlighting the work we've done to
Holy, I can never get over how fucking coked out he is 24/7. Look at him.
Protect our
Jesus Christ.
Children. Just this past year alone under President Trump's leadership, we have found and identified 6,000 missing kids. That's up 22%. We have arrested, the FBI, 1,700 child predators. That's up 10%. And the following is maybe some of the most impressive work the FBI is doing. You are very familiar.
They both look insane. This would be an incredible video to show somebody who was tripping on shrooms. They would fucking kill themselves. Look at these two.
With the nihilistic, violent, extremist community online, preying on our kids, forcing them to maim and mutilate themselves, and even sometimes commit...
Maim and mutilate themselves. Oh, they mean they mean like, if you've posted online and you've been like, trans people are real or whatever, they mean that. That's what they mean. Gotcha.
Suicide. We are up 490% in the number of FBI arrests for the NVE community, and specifically that 764 network that targets our children. We're up over 30% in arrests related to the 764 network. Wow. And the credit goes to the interagency and the men and women in the FBI working together.
I probably don't need to tell you guys this, but he's lying. Actually, FBI productivity is down across the board because so many, for one, they're led by an incompetent retard. And for two, so many of them have been pulled for stuff specifically relating to the federal crackdown and also to the Epstein files. Like, it's just making it up. What is the 764 network? I don't know. I mean, like, they've created a bunch of new internal designations that they can use to like boost their metrics. FBI productivity is down. Let's see, what else do we have? Retweet from the Epoch Times, anti-Chinese government cult from the Falun Gong. Retweet from January 26. Retweet of another person praising him. Another post from his Fox News interview. Retweet of Sean Hannity. And then here, 19 hours ago, gang operations, not mentioning the FBI documents at all. Or maybe a little bit further down. Here we go. He's retweeting Rapid Response 47 on the subject. And that's it. Yep, looks like it. Keeping your damn head down. Elon redacted, or recalling for the arrest of clients? What do you mean redacted? Why would he still post through this? Elon Musk has consistently been one of the loudest public voices demanding the release of the Epstein files and accountability for all involved. Not a single Epstein client has been prosecuted, not even one. Elon quote tweets, "What matters is not release of some subset of the Epstein files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. When there is at least one arrest, some justice will have been done. If not, this is all performative, nothing but a distraction." Buddy! You're in the files now! There are documents. You were provided trafficked women by Epstein. 3 of them. You are the client. Why are you posting through this? He is the only guy who would try to post through this. Everybody else would keep their heads down. He and a ketamine haze, just continuing to Maybe he was so lame he never got to go to an actual child party. No. One of the documents, he was provided women by Epstein, trafficked women. I don't know whether or not they were underage. I don't really, care, to be honest. He deliberately sought out Epstein and was provided trafficked women by Epstein. I don't know, I don't need to hear any more on that, to be honest. You are an Epstein client. That is a fact. After 2008, yeah. You will never talk your way out of this, weirdo. What day/night will be the wildest party on your island? Yeah. Just begging to go to the damn Diddy blood party. Girls FTW. The fact that he requested to go to the Diddy blood party on the morning of Christmas Day, 2012, is... I don't know, man. Christmas Day. He woke up, he looked outside, the sun, the sun is shining through the temperamental clouds. No snow because it's California, but a pale frost on all the grass out his window. And he's like, I would love to go fuck some kids over at Little St. James. Oh boy, what day is it? Time for me to finally be a cool kid. Cool kid. In the past, I assumed that Elon would not be implicated in the Epstein files because he legitimately wasn't cool enough to be there. And I mean that because Epstein is a jock, and he's always liked associating with what he would call cool people. And I feel like I'm kind of vindicated here because a bunch of emails coming out where Elon was like desperate, uncool, and pathetic in asking to be a pedophile, it's like the best case scenario for me because it maintains that he wasn't cool enough to be in the social in-group, but he still wanted to fuck kids. I couldn't have asked for more damning information on him. The most pathetic man alive, I genuinely don't know how he's still around. You know what I mean? I don't know how, his continued existence is a choice that he makes, and that is, I'm just really, really surprised it keeps, the dice keeps rolling in that direction, I'm surprised he has the mental fortitude. Cosmic comic relief, yeah. Well, it can't all be Epstein, folks. I mean, actually, I guess it can if we're talking about power, wealth, finance, government, connections, the economy, everything else. There are other things in the world, I'm told. Do you want to see something else that's funny? I speculated yesterday that it's got to be really, really frustrating for conservatives that every time Fox News gins up this big talking point about how Trump is going after their political enemies, as he did for Letitia James, James Comey, the guy with the mustache, Bolton, so on and so forth, right? Jeremy Powell, right? Every single time they do this, no convictions, everything falls through, never see them in court, they're never perp walk, nothing happens, right? So, as you may recall, Don Lemon was arrested after he interviewed some people who went in to protest inside of a church, and he was arrested on these this insane civil rights law about blocking access to civil institutions, just some insane shit, okay? Matt Walsh posted, and I think this is really funny because it's like he was watching me. I'm very happy Don Lemon was arrested, but there is one extremely important caveat now that it's been done. He has to be convicted and sent to prison for an extended length of time. If he is not convicted or not seriously punished, then this whole thing is an unequivocal win for him. It makes him a martyr and 10 times more famous with no significant consequence. Lemon was totally irrelevant prior to this. Nobody watched his show or even knew he was still alive. Now he's relevant again. He'll almost certainly get another job on cable news in the heels of this. The only way to make this a win for the good guys is to punish him severely. Make the reward of fame and martyrdom not worth the cost. If you won't do that, you should never have arrested him. Several hours after this post, Don Lemon was released. And here he is on CNN, relevant once more.
Former CNN anchor turned independent journalist Don Lemon appeared in federal court this afternoon to face charges related to a live streaming report he did at a protest during a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's what he told reporters afterwards.
Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look forward to my day in court.
Well, along with Don Lemon, 3 other people were arrested.
He has no chance of being convicted on these charges. The fact that he is already using this as a kind of like a public rebound is really, 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 really funny. I don't like Don Lemon, okay? But I like him a lot more than I like MAGA. So again, I'm put in the unfortunate position of having to kind of juxtapose my preferences here.
Including Minnesota independent journalist Georgia Fort. She went before Judge Day. She joins us tonight. We'll have that interview in a moment. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the arrests are connected to a, quote, coordinated attack on City's church nearly 2 weeks ago. But Lemon and Fort say they were doing their jobs as journalists and were not protesters. All 4 arrested are charged with 1 count of conspiracy against right of religious freedom at place of worship and 1 count of injure, intimidate, and interfere with exercise of right of religious freedom at place of worship. In announcing their arrests on social media this morning, Bondi used the words, quote, at my direction, which is not what you typically see from an attorney general. The White House.
Yeah, it really isn't. By the way, posts like this guarantee that Don Lemon will not be convicted on anything because prosecutorial misconduct is the reason why DOJ cases kept getting thrown out by judges. Like, it's not always because the charges are bunk. It's because the DOJ is so obviously scathingly partisan and vindictive and targeted in how they issue these charges that the judge is like, this is obviously bullshit, get it out of here. So the White House and Pam Bondi both immediately going like, hey, we got you, does not help their case. But they don't give a fuck. They would rather get the likes on Twitter.
Has posted this photo with the words, when life gives you lemons, along with a chain emoji.
You know they're ineffective because more and more the behavior of MAGA in government is to act like Twitter leftists, you know? Sacrifice everything for the clout.
President Trump has been critical, obviously, of Don Lemon for years. Lemon himself has not been shy in calling out the president and his administration. A magistrate judge had initially refused to allow federal officials to arrest Lemon and take him into custody, but they took it to a grand jury in Minnesota and got a felony indictment. The indictment, unsealed this afternoon, alleges that Don Lemon and the others charged, quote, oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church congregants and pastors. Here's some of what Lemon said during that live stream. Take a look.
I'm just here. I'm just here photographing.
Are you okay?
I'm not part of the group. I'm just here photographing. I'm a journalist. We don't know. That's what they're saying. So we're here just chronicling and reporting. We're not part of the activists, but we're here just reporting on them.
Don Lemon's attorney released a statement saying in part, quote, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. When agents showed...
If it even makes it that far. Again, there's still plenty of time for these charges to be tossed. It's only been a couple of days.
Up at Georgia Fort's door yesterday, she started recording. Here's some of her message.
You guys, I wanted to alert the public that
agents are at my door right now. This is all stemming from the fact that I filmed a protest as a member of the media. We are supposed to have our constitutional right of the freedom to film, to be a member of the press. I don't feel like I have my First Amendment right as a member of the press. Because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest a few weeks ago.
She'll make it out too. Don't worry. This will be a boost to all their careers in the long run.
It was a live stream she did on Facebook. Journalist Georgia Fort is out of jail and joins me tonight. Georgia, first of all, how are you doing? And were you surprised that you were arrested? Obviously, previous attempts to arrest you had been blocked by federal courts.
Yeah, you know, I'm hanging in there. It is quite frightening to have 24 agents outside of your home. You know, my children were home with me when I was arrested. And so, yeah, just it's been a long day. And yes, it was extremely shocking.
You had 24 agents show up at your door?
Yes.
I want to read part of what the Justice Department alleged in the indictment and let you respond. They claim, and you and the other defendants, quote, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack and engaged in acts of oppression.
What I don't understand is how are they getting arrest warrants if judges are going to throw it out anyway? Well, you don't necessarily need to go to a judge to verify. Well, hold on. It depends on the exact circumstances here, but the broad answer is that they're judge shopping. In the case for Don Lemon, I believe that 2 judges threw out the warrants. They said, like, no, we're not going to sign off on this. They had to get a 3rd one, and they obtained it by lying to a grand jury. Like, grand juries will sign off on the they'll sign off on people's arrests, but you don't have to provide them all the information. You can provide them biased information. It's one of the reasons why grand juries almost always allow you to arrest. That doesn't necessarily mean those charges will stand. Can't any case get raised to the Supreme Court theoretically? Basically, yeah. Why? But they can. Like, there are bajillions of cases across the U.S. The Supreme Court only hears a couple of hundred every year. Even if they pass a bunch of them through the shadow docket without a full rationalization, they can only go through so many. Yeah, they get to decide what cases they'll hear. Oy, oy.
Today, to see their colleagues be arrested for reporting the news. And so, you know, being a journalist who's from here, who's from Minnesota, I've been on the ground. This is my community. I'm not flying in and flying out. I'm here. And I'm doing the best that I can to tell the stories of what's really happening. And as an American-born citizen, it's always been my understanding that I have that protection under the Constitution, under the First Amendment, that we have a freedom of press. But today, I
really, really wish, no hate to her, she's going through a lot, but I really wish they would take more, they would employ more dramatic language when talking about what is happening here. You don't need to say you have a First Amendment protection. You do. That should be granted, right? You should say the administration despises the First Amendment because they're tyrants. You know, like I know you have a right. I just think that we should be a little bit more aggressive with our language, you know? Storming a church is bad. They didn't storm a church. They were journalists interviewing people. But also, the people who were protesting inside the church are allowed to enter the church. You can enter a church, you know? They're not, like, public buildings, but, like, you can walk... Like, you can go into a Starbucks and protest. You're allowed to do that. The most they can hit you with is trespassing if you refuse to leave. But even then, it's kind of like it kind of depends, you know? But they weren't even charged with trespassing. They were charged with this bullshit fucking civil rights law. Like the idea that the journalists in there asking people who were protesting questions were the ones denying access to the building to others. Completely insane. But I'm guessing they wanted to do that because they couldn't get at them with trespassing, right? Like trespassing was too minor of a charge. They wouldn't have been able to drum up this big, you know, circus with like a federal court and felony charges and so on. I don't understand this move. All it does is make Don Lemon more famous. Well, as Matt Walsh pointed out, this stuff is not good for them in the long run if they keep just like making martyrs. Not even martyrs. They just like elevate all the people they go after. But the truth is that they have no long-term plan. They're just like doing whatever they think feels right. And what feels right is maximal cruelty at every point, no matter how ineffective. They're not smart people. Yep, influencer admin, 100%. Underrated reason for why they fail. The career prosecutors refuse to participate, so the only ones who take it up are the idiots. Yeah, that's a big part of it, for sure. But even if the best, most competent prosecutors in America were taking up these cases, they're just bullshit charges, you know? Like, they could have competent prosecutors. It wouldn't change the fact the charges are fake and the DOJ and White House are both demonstrating obvious political bias in their prosecution. So it's like they're failing on every level here. Career DOJ prosecutors in both Minnesota and Los Angeles refused to be involved in charging Don Lemon and the other journalists who covered the Minneapolis church protests. Why would they? Like, why would they want to denigrate their careers, which will last long after Trump's term, by associating themselves with this mess? For the rest of their lives, they'll be known as somebody who assisted the Trump administration in trying to silence a journalist with bullshit felony charges, you know? Not good. Not good. Harassing people in place of worship is bad. What do you on about right now? If this was any other holy place, you wouldn't be defending it. Why do people, okay, I don't know if it's like a bit. Why do people pretend that I don't act equally dismissive of all religions? Like I haven't made a million comments about Islam or Judaism. Like, what have I said about protests in synagogues against like the illegal sale of land in the West Bank? And I have literally said that the Islamification of Germany is a real problem because many of those guys are like Wahhabist radicals, and that it probably would be a good idea to de-radicalize them through government action. Like what I have made some pretty fucking strong r/Reddit atheist comments here, okay? It's really not partial to Christianity. I get most annoyed by Christians if for no other reason than proximity. The country I live in is controlled by them. Anyway, the priest in that church was evil, and it's good to protest evil people. He was a demon, and he was a demon residing within a house of God. I would argue, if anything, it was the heavenly duty of those Minneapolis protesters to enter the church and indicate their dissatisfaction with the demonic tendencies of the priest. Yeah, it wasn't a protest, it was an exorcism. True. Really, what do you think Jesus would do in this situation? If Jesus entered a temple and the priests within were collaborating with the Roman prelate to find and deport the unfortunates, you think he wouldn't flip those tables? He was flipping tables over like financial shenanigans. With that, he would have been very upset. Speaking of Germany, there was a record potato harvest in Berlin and they're giving them away for free. That has nothing to do with anything, but I'm really glad you told me. Wow, that is the most potatoes I have ever seen in my life. God damn. 4,000 tons. This looks like more than 4,000 tons of potatoes to me, but I do not know. I have no like mental math. My calculations on this were not informed. Germans love their potatoes. They eat on average 63 kilograms a person every year. The average German eats like half a potato a day. Every German, even the old and the children, averaged into that. That's crazy. Cool. When was the last time you had a baked potato? Yesterday. I eat a ton of potatoes. They have always been like my main diet food. Say potato. Potato. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. What about beans and potatoes instead of beans and rice? Beans and potatoes is a lot texturally. Like, you can in some contexts, but if you're having a baked potato, beans are not like the first thing you're putting on that. My name is Adam Murphy. I'm running for Congress. I want to speak with you, citizen, stream with you and others. Well, I can't promise anything. I haven't really had people on stream in quite a long time. If you want to reach out to me, you should do so through my email. But I have to warn you, I've turned down quite a few requests to speak to me. At some point, I'm going to get my head in the game for the midterms. But right now, I'm very much in that, like, Jeffrey Epstein's ghost controls the world. There's no point to politics. All of us are just shadows on the wall of the cave, mindset. So it's a little bit difficult for me to get involved in, like, yeah, everyone, go out there to Washington 7 and vote for the marginally more progressive guy. And then in my head, I'm like, but will this dislodge the deep state cabal that controls the world? I need to get my head a little more in the game. Go to Majority Report. They're much better for outreach. The Majority Report is much better for outreach. That is true. Are you concerned about the admin requesting voter rolls from states? Well, so far, they have been not given what they want. I don't think any blue states are going to fold there. Potato. Potato. Belarus eats 160 kilograms of potatoes per year. That is insane. But, whatever. You get what you can, right? 170. Holy shit. Potatoes are an amazing diet food. Because they really, really, really fill you up. Are potatoes an ancient plant? I don't fucking know. They have vitamins too. I mean, for me, it's just like 300 calories of baked potato. You can add obviously you want to add toppings, but 300 calories of baked potato on their own, incredibly filling. 300 calories of rice, not as filling. 300 calories of bread, not even remotely filling. That's like 2.5 slices, Potatoes are very, very good at filling you up. Now rice is OP. I love rice. But, I mean, I'm just talking about potatoes right now. Epstein ate potatoes. Is it worth the risk? Ah. We got to move it along. So, for reasons that I'm still having trouble grasping, the hero in the siege of Minneapolis, Will Stancil, Commissar Stancil, it do be like that Stancil, has been kicked out of the ICE rapid response signal groups that he was using to coordinate and get around. And the reason why is because he had journalists riding along with him. Apparently, there were people in these group chats who were concerned about OPSEC, which is fake, and they didn't want journalists following them around. To which I guess my question is, wasn't the point to go around following ICE and taking videos of them anyway? What's the point of taking videos of them if you don't want the videos put out there? Like, what are you worried that a journalist could bring eyes to if the whole point was to bring eyes to? You're not doing like deep cover sabotage operations. You're not bringing press along to like secretly raid the ICE facility and like cut the power lines or whatever. You're bringing them along on like in a process of shining sunlight on them. There's no OPSEC here. It doesn't apply. Yeah. I've seen people arguing over this. It's actually pretty disheartening. Will Stancil has been incredibly brave in his opposition to ICE terror. He got ousted from them apparently just by anonymous messages. Like somebody was just like, yeah, you're out. It makes me wonder if like lefty Discord mods have taken over the signal chats. You know what I mean? They've just ousted him because he's a known liberal. The amount of dipshit lefties, especially those using idpol willy-nilly, is staggering. You mean like in this specific context? The hell is this?
Call 911. I'm right at the corner of Jefferson. Attacking me.
We'll call 911 right now.
Yep.
What's your location?
Call 911. I'm right at the corner of Jefferson. No. No, I will not. I will not get out of the car. No. No. I will not get out of the car. You guys, I need CEOs here now.
Get out of the car.
No, I will not get out of the car. You can't do this. Get your hands off.
Like, wouldn't we want journalists here? Wouldn't having a journalist in this car be a good thing? What OPSEC are we worried about protecting?
Of me. Get your fucking hands off.
So much courage. Oh yeah, this woman is like a divine being. Insane. Absolutely insane how brave she is. The reason she's saying she won't get out, by the way, is because ICE does not have the legal authority to remove you from your car without problem. It's the Fourth Amendment. Again, it's the Fourth Amendment. Unless they have a reason, they cannot just order you to leave your car. And they're just demanding it of her for no reason. So she doesn't have to obey.
Hands off me. I am not doing shit. I am observing. I am not done anything. This is my constitutional right. You're not under anyone. We're calling 911 right now. I am not. You cannot arrest me. I'm observing. You're not. You can't arrest me. I'm observing. You cannot. I am not. We're taking a video too.
Multiple huge mainstream media articles were made documenting ICE brutality thanks to press ride-alongs. Also, unless you are doing actual crimes, OPSEC LARP is kind of pointless. Yeah, 100%. I have a feeling the people talking about OPSEC are the ones not actually doing these rides. If anyone actually riding around in Minneapolis facing ICE would desperately want press with them. Why the fuck wouldn't you? They're literally the greatest protection that you have. Like an actual press, like badged journalist sitting next to you in the car. That's the thing you want more than anything else in the world. I guarantee you the people who are LARPing about OPSEC, who ousted Will Stancil, are not actually doing these ride-alongs. They're just like lefty LARPing from the safety of the Signal group.
Get off of me! Get off of me!
You're under arrest.
Someone call the MP, or someone call the police. Somebody help them. Call the police. What is happening? Call the police. What is happening? Call them now.
They're trying to avoid their biometrics getting put on lists. Having a journalist ride along with you isn't going to change that. Also, the whole point here in observing ICE is you're already. How would having press with you change that? Like, you're already seeing the ICE agent. Like, the ICE can film you, and also the cameras. Like everywhere, you know, if the government wants your data, they can get it. You're literally bringing your phone along with you while you drive, you know?
Call them now. Call them now.
We're calling 911. We're calling 911. They're calling 911.
Attacking me.
We'll call 911.
The government currently has a camera on your balls. The government currently maintains a surveillance camera inside your toilet bowl that looks at your butthole while you poop. Every house has one. It has been legally mandated since 2002 for every toilet sold in the United States to have a surveillance cam looking at your butthole while you poop. Oh. I feel really bad for Will Stancil. I hope he gets let back in, considering all the work that he's done. He did really cool stuff, and then after he endangered the lives of activists by trying to bring press to secretive in-person meetings. What? And attempting to publicly expose private chats to the media. What? These Signal groups are public. Like, the links that they share are public. What do you mean? To satisfy his ego, he got booted by organizers to protect other people, and he started raging over it. What organizers? He got sent anonymous messages saying that he was out of the group. Who's the organizer of these big Signal chats? What does that mean? The whole point is you're shining a light onto ICE. Don't you want everyone looking in? The fursona confirms your theory. Oh, you mean of like the type of person saying this shit? Yeah, I mean, obvious. It's also Blue Sky. The most useless people in the world. Why do people keep allowing themselves to get bullied by the worst lefties? I mean, he got removed from the group, man. It's not really like allowing yourself to get bullied. Got removed from the damn group. Also, I think he has bigger stuff to worry about. This is from Will Stancil.
I will continue to follow. You have the constitutional right to do so. You're impeding traffic. You're going real slow.
If you keep following us, you're going to be arrested.
You should arrest me now because I will continue to follow you onto the highway to the 42nd channel. I will continue to follow you. You can arrest me now.
Did that ICE agent have a Latin accent? They all do. God bless him, man. Do you know, is there a place where he streams his ride-alongs? Oh man, there's a lot of discourse here. Oh shit, hold on. Inexperienced neighbors in these networks, so many nested quote tweets. If you're worried about a reporter, just Google them. If they're a normal reporter at a normal outlet you've heard of, not editorial, not Murdoch-owned, just a nationally known newspaper, even a foreign, they're probably safe to talk to. Unless you know them, don't trust independent journalists. They're often parasites. I know people distrust mainstream press, but established journalists at established outfits using their real names are 100 times more reliable and honest than the endless parade of YouTubers and bloggers. That's completely true. Here's my advice. If you're not comfortable or sure, just say no. That's fine. Let's see. Are you aware that a majority of working journalists in the U.S. are freelancers? Even if they're on assignment for a legit, incredible news organization, they probably won't have a company business card. What? They'll say they're with the org. There are a few things that mark a real journalist. They're affiliated with a specific outlet. They will tell you who it is. They have a press card with the outlet's name. Not always. They do not try to hide their identity or use pseudonyms. The last thing is a huge red flag. Bounce anyone who does. Anyone who is cagey about who they are or what they're doing, do not trust. Real journalists exist in a kind of social compact where they tell us their role and get their rules. They respect our rules, and in exchange for that, they get access. Almost all of them are extremely scrupulous about this. An entire generation of people raised on social media simply do not have an understanding of how the media, protests, and surveillance work. My hottest take is that masks at protests are cowardly and have done absolutely nothing but make all protests themselves look unserious to neutral parties. For the most part, that's true. Yeah. There's not really much of a point in wearing masks to protests. For one, if the government wants to know who you are, they can find out. And for two, it does just make you look guilty. Like, the thing that makes ICE look really fucking bad in all these videos from Minneapolis is that they're the ones wearing the masks, and you guys are the ones showing up without a mask, like normal people yelling at them. That's the thing, right? Like, the internet centric obsession with OPSEC doesn't really do anything. It doesn't protect you if they want to go after you, for one. And for two, it delegitimizes you in the eyes of a lot of people. What if it's cold? Well, if it's super, super cold, then whatever. But you know what we're talking about here. It just makes you look bad to be masked. It's one of the reasons why, like, I've always said, like, American Antifa sucks ass, because they never accomplish anything. All they do is make themselves look scary and then do nothing. They're like the biggest fake aura farmers in the world. They lore walk at you, and then they get one-tapped. Wrong. The real reason to wear a mask is to keep your face from being known by millions of randoms on the internet. But the problem there is that the point of a protest is to express public dissatisfaction with something that's happening. So if enough people show up, even if they're not masked, like, you are, like, they can't make fun of all of us, basically. Like, sometimes you will be selected and they will make fun of you, or they will harass you or whatever. But that's just the cost of being in a protest. And the more people are at the protest, the less likely it happens to you, you know? If you want, you don't have to be in the front. You can let the most zealous people stay in the front. You can be in the middle or back or whatever. But that is the cost of protesting, you know? I know it sucks, but like that literally, that is the game. Like, how many people in Minneapolis? There are tens of thousands of people who are showing up constantly to follow ICE, to track them. How many of them are getting a bunch of online harassment? You know, I know ICE killed 2 of them. Well, I mean, Renee Good wasn't even protesting, but whatever. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, whether or not a mask would have helped in any way. And obviously, Renee Good or Alex Preddy wearing a mask would not have saved either of them, right? If anything, it might have, like, hastened their death because, you know, masks make you look more scary or whatever. But yeah, no, it's you can't let anxiety drive your behavior. You're not engaging in illegal behavior. If you show up and you protest, that is your First Amendment right, you know? Wearing a mask, like that, I get it. I get the wearing a mask thing if you're trying to hide something or you're engaging in like undercover shit or whatever, but you're not. You're a citizen and you're allowed to be there, and that's the whole point. I love Blue Sky. Fellas, is it cowardly to not want to die of COVID? Yes. Pretending this is about wearing masks for COVID-related reasons. Yeah, sure. Yes, it is. Sure. Whatever. Fuck off. Fucking Blue Sky, man. I don't think this is a particularly hot take. As we keep telling a particular federal agency, wearing a mask generally indicates cognizance of guilt and intent to do something illegal. Protest works best when done confidently and unashamedly. Yes. Online security theater posting made me really afraid about having my phone or showing my face before going to a No Kings protest. And then when I got there, it was a great time that my mom was taking pictures of everything. Lol. Yeah. So many people get discouraged from protesting because they think that, like they're engaging in some like super illegal deep op, there's a 50% chance they're going to shoot into the crowd, but like they're not. You can bring your phone, dog. Has anyone ever heard of a single time that a legal protester in the United States has been tracked by the federal government after a protest by their phone signal? Like, are there any convictions on this? If you plan on doing crimes, Luigi? I don't think that's what happened, Luigi. Jan 6, they were committing crimes. I said legal protest. A guy at agents show up at his door and interrogate him for attending a protest? Sure, that happens sometimes. But when they're doing that, they're usually going after low-hanging fruit. Like, they don't really have a criminal case there. They literally just got systems to track protesters via their phone. What are you talking about? You're not understanding. You're allowed to be there. If you're a protester, you're allowed to be there. You're legally allowed to be there. If they want to intimidate you, they can. They could have intimidated you at the protest. But no one is out there getting, like, thrown in jail because they brought their phone to a legal protest. Like, I understand they're capable of tracking phones, but what I mean to say is that the paranoia around, like, so when we talk about protests, so often it sounds like the language being used implies that you're doing something wrong by attending it, or like you are you're like accepting some degree of liability, which is not true. Now, there are some things that are true. If you bring your phone, you should turn off the biometric mode, so on, have it locked so that if you are arrested for any reason, the police can't use your thumbprint, whatever, you know. But that's not really, like, you don't need to mask before going to a protest. If you get arrested at a protest, you're not going to be actually convicted of things, right? If you are at a legal protest and you aren't doing anything criminal and you get arrested, like in a police roundup, it is basically guaranteed you're going to be out like in an hour, you're going to be fine. There are very few cases of people who have been convicted of crimes because they attended a protest and they didn't actually do anything. They were just there. It has happened, but, you know, there are people who have been convicted of murder and it was completely fake, you know? Like, it's, I mean, that does happen, but I think that you're conceding a lot to the state when you presume the aesthetics of criminality, or you like preemptively assume them when you're engaging in your legal First Amendment protected right to protest. Not true. DHS is keeping people without charges for multiple days, pressuring them to rat out to their friends. Sure, but those aren't going to be charges brought. And also, wearing a mask or not having your phone on you isn't going to save you from that. They're rounding those people up on site. The DHS is constantly breaking the law in how they in their arrests of people. Yeah. Should you wear diapers though? Always. Yeah, stay woke. Oh, people in YouTube chat are disagreeing. The more you promote the idea that you should be afraid before attending a protest, the fewer people will attend a protest, and the fewer people attend a protest, the more afraid the people at that protest actually ought to be. A protest of thousands is invulnerable, basically, like, or at least relatively speaking. The more people who go, the more freely they go, the more confident they are in their rights to be there. I think you're very secure. The protests get more dangerous the smaller the people, the number of people attending are, which is why I agree with Will Stansel, bringing press ride-alongs, because the whole point here is to show, shine light on the evil deeds of the ICE agents, Dude, I don't think you understand how many people can't protest, because even when I worked at a fucking grocery store as a bad boy, I was still, by my employment agreement, not allowed to be political. Legally, no business can keep you from attending a protest. That is a violation of your First Amendment rights. There are some concerns with, like, if you have if there is a standard or expectation of public professionalism, like, there are some things that can come back around you. But, the idea that if you attend, like, the No Kings protest, you're going to lose your fucking grocery job, that is probably not true. I'm not going to pretend that there are no potential consequences for attending a protest. What I resent is when people overstate the potential threat to attending a protest because they want to make it sound like a cool tactical operation, when in reality, it should be your civic right that you can engage in freely, Bosch said y'all bag groceries. No, I was responding to someone in chat. I'm just saying I don't think that we should overstate this case, because if we do, people get paranoid. And then more people are unwilling to go out and protest. Someone called my boss because I attended a Palestinian protest, almost got fired in Germany. Yes, Israel controls your country. I'm sorry about that. Also, you don't have a First Amendment. It's a different country. I am sorry, though. You think people can just fight a lawsuit like that? Dog, you don't need to sue. You don't need to sue your grocery chain because you lost your bag boy job because they saw a photo of you as one of 10,000 people at your local fucking 5051 protest or whatever. I just don't want you to overstate. See, you jump at the presumption. You're like excited at the opportunity. Look at this barrier that obstructs me. Look at that which impedes me. Like, you're proud of it, Very little impedes you, by and large. Maybe sometimes a little bit impedes you, and that sucks, and I'm sorry. We should all have the right to do what we want with regard to protesting the government. But I just don't want people, when you say stuff like, wear a mask before going to the protest, the language there is, if anyone sees you, you are at risk. And overwhelmingly, that is not true. Overwhelmingly, at a protest, you can just show up and be a guy and then go home. I'm not saying there's no risk associated with a protest. When you engage in that language, it is a chilling effect that deters people from participation. Overwhelmingly, we want transparency and openness, and masks do convey a sense of criminality, which is why ICE is wearing them. Can I also be a girl? Fine, you can also be a girl. Because you are at risk, so many people never get to go home. Listen, I'm sorry, but that's just not true. If you are attending a protest, by and large, as long as you are engaging in legal behavior, you will be fine going back home. I promise you that is true, okay? Like, do you mean you'll be killed? Very unlikely. Do you mean you might be arrested, then turned out the next day? Sometimes, if the police do, like, kettling, if they crack down on a protest and they scoop up some people in the front, but usually those people just get let go anyway, There aren't really any charges to bring against them. But most protests don't get kettled, If we're talking about like following ICE agents around Minneapolis, yeah, there's a real threat. Those motherfuckers could kill you. But I still don't think you should show up wearing a mask, because the whole point is that, you know, you guys are regular citizens and the ICE agents are the degenerate militant freaks running around threatening people. You know, like like a degree of bravery is required. But I just don't think we should overstate the potential harm, you know? I'm not attacking you guys. I'm not saying there's no risk. I'm just saying we need to be considerate. That's all. Yeesh. A Minnesota woman observing ICE agents in her car was cornered on one-way streets. An agent approached calling her by name, citing facial recognition. Days later, her global entry and TSA privileges were revoked with no explanation. Whew! Yeah, the insane? Yeah, but the mask won't save you. Just put up a picture of the last big protest. How many of those peeps are in jail / abused? Last big protest? Do you mean the No Kings rallies? Those were, I think basically nobody got arrested from those. Do you mean from like the ICE follow-alongs? For the most part, if you're following ICE along, you're much less at risk than the people they're targeting. But also there will be risk in following ICE along just because they're, you know, lawless neo-Nazi gangs. So, you know. Any point addressing the protests are pointless gif? Okay, well, it's a very funny gif. Look, big liberal protests where you can bring your stupid gay sign and your kids or whatever are a part of the big equation, and so is making fun of them a little bit. Just don't take yourself too seriously when you make fun of them, all right? Like, is it a bit cringe? Sure. But is it good that there's a big protest of like, I don't know, 100,000 people in New York libbing out about how they'd rather be at brunch and they would be at brunch if Kamala was elected? In the context of this administration, yeah, you know, just don't take it too seriously. I wanted to go to No Kings in Miami, but when I told people, they said I could die, so I ended up not going. What the fuck? Die going to No Kings in Miami? Jesus Christ. Where are they getting this from? ICE reportedly has a tool where they circle a geography and get the names of all the cell phone users within it. The key to defeating this technology is not smashing your cell phone with a hammer, but recognizing that having a list of 30 people who are recording you in public is not very useful. Yep. If one person is recording you, it's very easy to target them and deal with them. You know, if like 100 or 200 or 500 people are following you, it's like, well, what the fuck? Okay, well, what are you gonna do? Now, I'll stop bemoaning the point, but I am rooting for Will over there. It do be like that about OPSEC, Mr. Stansel. Do be like that, Mr. Stansel. Any updates on Tallarico? No. We can't do primary stuff right now. Or we can't do midterm stuff right now. I'm going to lose it. I can't do it. We can't do it. I can't do it. We can't do it. I can't do it. How about non-citizens or temporary status holders? I mean, it depends on what protest you're attending. It probably won't have any effect at all if you're just attending like a regular protest. If you're following ICE, then obviously, yeah, you not being a citizen is a higher risk factor, but it doesn't really have anything to do with you wearing a mask or whatever else. It doesn't really fix anything, you know? Mamdani streamed new appointments? You mean Mamdani streamed new appointments? What are you talking about? No, currently streaming live now? I don't care. Not right now. Not right now. Not right now. What do we have here? What do we have here? Hates Mamdani. Hates Mamdani. Do you think Dan Olson, who I assume doesn't like me, would be mad at me if I watched the clip that he posted on the Penguin? Do you think he'd be mad at me? Can I talk enough that it's not content stealing? Probably not. Maybe yes. What a range of answers, you know? Wow, 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 wow. Let me find the original. It do be like that, Mr. Stan. So sorry. Now it's in my head. Fuck. God damn it. Where is it? Where is it originally? Can I find the original? Where is the original? I guess you don't really need the original because the context is covered in the video. You already know what we'll say. Why do you keep asking? Okay, Fab? What do you want from me? You should instead come up with the exact same points as Dan Olson from First Principles and recreate his video in parallel without plagiarism. If I talked about the Penguin video without just showing the Dan Olson clip, I would be engaging in plagiarism anyway, you know? Like I would, like, it's better. It's better than anything I'd say impromptu. Man's got a script and a big brain. Well, here's to hoping.
On January 23, 2026, the Twitter account DHSGov tweeted, "Americans have always known why." The attached video is a clip from Werner Herzog's documentary Encounters at the End of the World, a segment that features a penguin breaking from the collective and walking off towards the distant mountains, to which Herzog says, "But why?" At this point, the video replaces footage of penguins with footage of Trump and his Gestapo goons in ICE brutalizing the American people. The intent here is to call to American exceptionalism, the frontier spirit. Americans have always known why, they say, because the pursuit of the majesty in the distance is supposedly quintessentially American. It casts Trump as the renegade penguin, a lone wolf hero breaking away from the herd, doing his own thing, an American thing which has presumably been lost. Trump, severing America's ties with its allies, warmongering, and his trade wars are just American individualism, baby. Don't follow that penguin herd to the ocean full of fish. It's very profound. It's a profound statement, and that's why this is a king penguin. It also attempts to paint the present as merely an uncomfortable phase that must be endured before a prompt.
He's so good. I feel like the thing I want to talk about isn't even the video, but rather how good Dan Olson is. Truly unrivaled in his field.
Promised reward, the long ice sheet between now and the mountains. You don't get to see the mountains if you aren't willing to walk the distance, which is a thing Americans have always known but simply forgot before Trump came to show them the way back. The murder of civilians, the brutalization of the populace, the state of fear, the concentration camps, the open admission to using ICE to punish Trump's political opponents to gain access to voter rolls. This terrorism is simply the cost of getting to the mountains where implicitly America will be great again. Layla Cunningham, a UK politician running for Mayor of London under the Reform Party, has also embraced this penguin as a symbol, posting an AI-generated image of her walking towards the mountains hand in flipper with a penguin. Cool. Right-wing politicians around the world have embraced this penguin.
Even the German Foreign Ministry has used the penguin video towards European unity. Yeah, the point, and the point he's getting to, not to like overstate the case or preempt it or whatever, the penguin represents glorious suicide. The penguin, the DHS tweet tweet essentially is their version of that old photoshopped image of the man looking through the hangman's noose, and in the loop that he's about to put his head through, he sees an anime girl reaching out to him. That is the point. The point is that on the other side, it'll be better. No, I mean it. That really is. It's an embrace of like nihilistic suicidality, right? Because they've run out of ideas on how to make the world better. I've been saying the image in question. You found it that quickly? Wow, you found it super quickly. I forgot that the image was from, this is K-On, right? Of course it'd be a little girl. You know, typical of the kind of person who would find this shit appealing, but nothing's changed, has it? I was like 10 years old and nothing's changed. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've been saying this for years, that one of the reasons it feels like we're in a kind of collective civilizational decay is because the powers that be have decided that they have run out of ways to convince us that the world is going to become a better place in the future. Like the goal no matter what is that more power and money must flow to the elite. That is like a non-negotiable feature of the world for these people. If you fight against that, you will be primaried, you will be removed from power, you will be disenfranchised, you will be whatever, right? At the very extreme cases, you will be killed, like the woman who brought to light the Panama Papers, you know? So that's a given. The problem is that the political and wealth inequality in the world has risen to an extreme that makes it essentially impossible to you can no longer make the argument that tomorrow will be better than today. This has happened before. In the 1930s, after the Great Depression, the world got very poor and very, very unequal. Wealth inequality was greater after the Great Depression than it was before. And the question then is like, in this post-Enlightenment world, in a world where the consent and approval of the citizenry is based on a collective assumption that the government that you live in is working to make your life better. Like, you're not a peasant in a kingdom. You don't just endure your leadership. The whole point here is that the state is meant to improve your life. You're supposed to be working towards a project. For thousands of years, humans merely endured the state of the world as it was. The idea of a collective project that we work towards to better society, that's a post-Enlightenment thing. For the most part, people didn't think that way. You just had your family and you had your farm and you just live. And your life might not be that different from the life of your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and so on. It's possible that 1,000 years could go by, essentially no change in the life standards of you and the rest of your family, you know? But now we believe in progress. Everyone does, even the fascists. And that was what happened after the Great Depression. It seemed for a moment that everyone lost faith in the ability for governments to make the world better for their people. And the world took two directions, at least the Western world did. There were the fascists who rejected the old modalities, rejected liberalism, and argued the only way to make the world better, the only big project that we want to care for, is race supremacy. Lebensraum, more room, conquest and war. We will return to the old modalities where a civilization was, the worth of a civilization was determined not by some abstract measure of scientific or social progress, but rather by their literal might. They reject modernity. They return to the barbarian ways of the past, in a sense. And that's the reason why both in Germany and Italy, the big initial push for fascism was mostly born off the needs of the veterans of World War I, people who were used to death, who felt like their death had bought them so little in the previous World War. Meanwhile, over here in the United States, thank you, God bless you, FDR, despite a insurgent, rising fascist tide in the United States, it was pushed back by a man who, for his many faults, made convincingly the argument that in spite of everything, the government could be used to make the world a better place. And as a consequence of FDR's investments into our economy, at the cost of the elite, America prevailed as the economic center of the world for nearly a century. Italy and Germany were left in ruins, and the United States, because it continued to believe in the social project, because it continued to believe in the idea of a nation working to use its resources to build people up, to make the place better, because of that, America was on top of the world for nearly a century. But we have forgotten once more. And now, once again, we are at the precipice. Do we believe that the government can be used to improve the lives of people? Do you like Zohran Mamdani? Or are you like the so many millions of Americans who believe the only way out is through the ritualistic suicide of the abandonment of modernity, and they return to a hollow pastiche, a kind of spiritual victory? That is what the penguin represents. We will abandon everything in the world, everything about life. We will abandon the metrics of our success, the matrices, you know? We don't need to care about grocery prices, housing prices, wealth inequality, infrastructure. All of these things are immaterial. The Constitution, immaterial. Your legal civil rights, immaterial. None of that matters in the pursuit of the mountains beyond. And what are those mountains? To the penguin, those mountains are the same that an Aryan ethno-state was for Hitler, an unachievable dream that could be used to justify infinite suffering along the way. And invariably, a suicide pact, because it's where you go to die. Those mountains are where Germany and Italy went to die. And it's where we're going to die right now.
Penguin as a symbol of their pursuit of a distant ideal. But that's not really what's happening here. The penguin isn't just like wandering off to see some sick mountains because it's never going to get there. There's no food, there's no shelter, there's no security. The penguin is going to die. Immediately before the clip in the full documentary, Herzog asks a penguin expert if penguins can go insane. So another thing that's implicit underneath this is the recognition that Trump and his cronies are on a suicide mission. They do not believe in the future, they cannot conceptualize the world surviving the present, and so theirs is an embrace of pure id, pillaging what future does exist to live out a revenge fantasy for no other reason than because they can.
I do think a critical difference, though, between this suicide pact and the one made by the Nazis and the fascists in Italy is that the modern fascist is much more nihilistic. I think that many of the old fascists might not have known that it was a suicide pact. They might have genuinely believed that they could reach the mountains, that after all of the suffering and the war and the concentration camps and the mass executions and the so on and so forth, they would reach the mountains and things would be better. I don't think any of them believe that now. I think now the difference is that now they know it's a suicide pact. Back then they didn't.
Their only policy is chaos and hatred because where they're going, they don't need policies. The actual mountains, America the Great, and its promised flourishing don't matter. It can remain a hazy shape on the horizon because no one headed there will live to see it. Their only goal is to take everything else with them on the way out into the ice to die. Now, maybe that's just cope on my part. I, too, am human and need to rationalize the world as it exists, grapple with the future, but it would go a long way to explaining why modern right-wing propaganda is so grim and nihilistic, reticent to depict any coherent ideal, even an unrealistic, unobtainable one.
It's also the reason why the DHS and the White House and all the right never, ever, ever, ever post anything about the future. It's because they don't believe in it and they don't think we're going to make it. They only ever post about the past. Kill 100 million brown people and then America can look like the 1980s again. You know, America, an America of only 200 million, and then here's a beach babe in California surfing or whatever, you know? They only ever post about the past. In contrast, the Nazis did talk about the past and they hearkened to it, but they talked about the future a lot too. In fact, futurism, to a large extent, was a consistent project, both with the Nazis and the Italian fascists, right? The idea of an aesthetic and political future, right? They did believe in the future. They were crazy and they were violent, but they did think they were building towards something. I really do think that modern fascists, at least the people who are coherent and politically connected enough to post shit like this, are aware of the fact that what they're essentially doing is orchestrating a suicide cult. Not one of them expects to make it out of this. I think that all of them are basically just hoping either that the world forgives them when things move past this point, or that they're taken away in it, or that it lasts long enough that they can, you know, get their bag and then run. I don't really think they have a plan for how this country is to be steered into the future, you know? They want the rapture first. It's not a coincidence that one of the most consistent bases of support for Donald Trump now that he has very little support across the board, are evangelical Christians, a group of people who have prophesized the immediate end of the world for, nearly a century. People who genuinely believe there is no point in spending time, effort, or money building up the present because Jesus Christ will return to the earth and whisk away the good to heaven, and the rest of us will be sent down here, kept down here to suffer and so on. Of course, the funny thing is, they're the ones creating the conditions for the rapture. Their nihilism and their obsession with death is causing the country to decay, and that decay is what they're mistaking as the end times. Like, they are literally causing climate change. These are the most resistant to anthropogenic climate change people. These are the ones who refuse that narrative. They're the ones creating the rapture.
Herzog intended for the penguin to reflect on humanity. Encounters at the End of the World is unabashedly an anthropomorphic film about the stories that people read into nature in order to say something about ourselves.
These people are not smart enough to conceptualize any of this. For the most part, that's true. We are, and always have been, and always will be, smarter than our enemies. But we have to observe in them this behavior for anthropological reasons. For the same reason Herzog observes the penguin, we observe the fascist. Does the penguin know it's walking to die? Probably not. It's guided by instincts we don't fully understand. We're only guessing at it, really. But it's still important that we know, and that we try to identify, at least to the best of our abilities, why they're doing what they're doing and what they're doing.
And to that end, the United States Department of Homeland Security has looked at this penguin and said, yep, that's us. We're doing this for no reason. We have no hope of success. There is no meaning to this. You don't need to ask us why, because you've always known why.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dan Olson. Truly the best guy at this. God, he's so good. Yeah, he really is. I wanted to watch this because anything that I had to say about it would be invariably cribbing from what he said, and I don't want to pretend otherwise. If you haven't watched Dan Olson's content folding ideas on YouTube, I promise you it is worth your time. Bit scary though, huh? I really don't think we've ever had a global enemy like this, I don't think we've ever had a, Usually fascists, tyrants, totalitarians, and the like believe in enough that you can combat their ideology directly. We did in the 30s. But again, those people did believe in something, I don't really, there's never really been a global wave of right-wing nihilism before. Well, the nihilism is actually universal. Everyone is feeling it. But this kind of almost like global death cult is unique. There is no comparison historically to any. There's nothing else like this. This is entirely. This is just here. I don't really know what to do about it. Maybe feel no. You guys are looking for examples. I have already thought about this. My brain contains yours. There are no comparisons to be made. No examples. I don't really know how you deal with that. How do you deal with the fact that they brag about it? Actual Nazis talked more about the future they were building. Yeah, nobody in the magosphere ever talks about the future. Have you noticed that? They really are like suicidal people, aren't they? They never talk about the future. They don't talk about things they want to build, changes they want to make to cities, nothing. They have literally none. It's unprecedented in history. Usually authoritarian leaders are obsessed with building out legacies. For Trump, in his case, it's just the fucking, it's just the goddamn ballroom. But Trump himself is not the suicidal fascist. He's just the, useful mouthpiece. What about the people around Trump? None of them ever talk about building out anything. All they do is spite. All they act out of is spite. They don't have any plans beyond that. They don't have any... Putinism? Not comparable. Putin has, by and large, led the country for decades, and he has shaped it, even if he shaped it in a bad direction. I don't see what comparison there is, to be honest. Where are the mega projects? Yeah, seriously. Well, very depressing. You're wrong about Trump? No, I'm right about Trump. You misunderstand my point. Trump is not ideologically fascist. He's a megalomaniac. He wants to build big projects, but nobody in the MAGA sphere, none of the people in the White House, none of the people around him, none of them have any visions of how they want the country to look in the future. They have not, they aren't trying to build anything. There are no institutions they're trying to build. All they're trying to do is deconstruct and loot and pillage. They're all just nihilistically weaponizing culture war talking points as they continue to carve out the institutions. But they're doing so in a suicidal fashion. They would be better off in the long run if they were smarter in how they did this. Yeah, they don't intend to or expect to stay in power. In a way, it's kind of like how suicidal people start giving stuff away or stop taking care of themselves because they think it won't matter in the long run. I really do think there's a parallel here. Neither did the Nazis. That's not true. Nazis wanted to build Germania. Nazis had like a massive super project. The Nazi vision, the Nazi vision of a future society might have been delusional and violent, but they were talking about it. They believed in a future America. All you ever see from these MAGA accounts is, look, here's a film grain shot from the 1980s. There's just, I don't know. I'm just rambling. Ugly is sin, but that damn penguin video. Excuse me. Then what do we need to do? I don't know. I'm just talking, man. There's a great video on how modern liberals also lack a vision, which is why they lost appeal. Well, that's my theory for why the Democrats are doing basically nothing about Trump and the Republicans, because the thesis of the current Republican Party is there is no future, so all we can do is loot the present. And the response from the Democrats is, yeah, you're right, there is no future. You know? Like, the Democrats don't seem to have any more compelling a vision of what the world is supposed to look like. You don't have to be a genius to see why the world is the way it is. Climate change, income inequality, the enemies are very obvious. You don't have to be politically partisan to notice them. They're objective and in your face, but Democrats offer no solutions to any of these problems. Nothing but infinitesimally small, microscopic, reformist bullshit that does nothing but distract you while the same people, as always, get their jobs done. And I think that the Democrats ultimately agree. Like, basically everyone in power right now no longer believes in anything. I've been able to talk pretty well today. I guess the corticosteroids and the antihistamines are doing a bit of work. That's nice. I'm telling you, man, for the past like week or two, every time I try to talk, it just feels like there's a bubble in the back of my throat. Impossible to just like, so difficult. So annoying. But Vosh, couldn't you make the same argument with the Fuentes types? Fuentes obviously has no vision for the future. Right now, he's like doing like a pro-Epstein bit. He's just a loud contrarian who says what he says to get money, like most people in this space. It does make me wonder how many people there are out there who legitimately, earnestly believe in what they're talking about. On the right, essentially none. And the ones that do are madmen. On the left, probably a decent number. But I don't know how many... I don't know. I don't know. Do you see any comparisons between Nick Fuentes and Milo? Apart from their sexual orientation? Yeah, they're like the same guy. These people are all the same to me. They vary only in their affect, right? It's just a matter of like how they talk, how funny they are. Fuentes is much funnier than Milo. Hold on. I should have done this like an hour ago. Woo! Oh, man! Those were some big ones. Oh. Could you hear those? You heard that? Nice. Yes, it was disgusting. How is a back crack disgusting? The juxtaposition of wearing sweatpants with that jacket. Yeah, unfortunately, and this is a consequence mostly of my big hips. I've got like a lot of fat distribution in my hips, and also the bones on my hips are wide, so I have big hips. Is that all of my like cool pants just not that comfortable to sit down in. I've lost a lot of weight, so we're getting in that direction, but the pants that I would wear with these would be like cargo or fatigue pants or like a pair of chinos or something. And of those pants, well, actually, I have a pair of hemp fatigue pants that would be pretty good. I don't know. The sweatpants are comfortable. What's the point of wearing a shirt with a lower neckline than the jacket? Huh? I'm not wearing a jacket. It's a vest? What? It's a tank top. It's a tank top under a shirt. I'm really happy you're taking steps for your health. When Michael Brooks passed, it kind of broke me. Unfortunately, what took Michael Brooks could take any of us at any time, can't it? That was just like rolling a nat 1 on the cosmic dice. I don't really know if there's any amount of exercise, good eating, or stretching that I could do to really prevent that. That was just like fucking random. Really sad. Yeah. Do you want to know what I've been up to with regards to my my progress? It's not been much right now. I'm still just trying to work on the nerve flossing, so my sciatica reduces. Yesterday I did core and shoulders day, which was very fun. I learned a very good shoulder exercise for flexibility and strength, which is where you sit like this on the ground, probably not on a chair, and you've got a dumbbell, and you do this like that, and it gets you good. It gets you good, you know? Really gets you good. Please shut the fuck up about workouts. Absolutely not. The personal is the political. The consequence of taking poor care of yourself is a resurgence in fascism, okay? It's a direct consequence of people getting, on average, more pathetic. We have to fight for people to be stronger, because strong men don't turn to fascism. Japan LL Bean collab? I don't know anything about this. I actually don't own anything from LL Bean, which is silly. I hear they have nice jackets. Their old barn coats are famous. Yeah, LL Bean has some really good stuff. Wow. Okay, hold on one second. That looks really good. Yeah, there we go. The classic barn coat. Big fit, very large, very roomy. Corduroy collar, nice big scoop pockets. Ooh, corduroy on the cuffs. The red is so red. Yeah. Only 187 for a big, high-quality Japanese retail barn coat. That's not bad. That's really not bad, actually. Does the feel of corduroy irritate you? No, no, very comfy. Very comfy. Anyway, sorry. Why does it look like stream is ending soon? Well, we will have to spend a lot of time reading donations, but I think I have time for one more proper segment before we do that. So what do you say, fellas? What should I talk about for my final real segment of the day? What do we have? You know, I feel good today. It's going to take me a while to go through donos, though. Your cats? Possibly. Yesterday's protests? Which? Melania movie review? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. The Saega antelope is no longer considered endangered? Well, that's good to know. Did he cover Steam being sued? No. Janet Mills breaking a picket line for service workers protesting ICE. Jesus Christ. U.S. Senate candidate Janet Mills was caught dining at a luxurious Portland, Maine restaurant during the city's service industry strike last evening, choosing a high-end diner over joining thousands of Mainers protesting ICE. Brilliant stuff, truly. Oh, and here she is looking bewildered. Curious about your take on the Alberta separatists? Probably not good. Canada separatists accused of treason after secret talks with U.S. State Department? Yeah, they should be arrested. This is real, by the way. The U.S. State Department reached out and talked to these separatists, but America is an enemy nation. If you are, as a Canadian, colluding with the American government to secede and thereby give America more autonomy over your province, yeah, you should be arrested for sure. Alberta sucks? Yes. Would you talk about Syria? Nothing good here. My understanding is, yeah, I mean, the title basically says it all. We've abandoned the Syrian Kurds, Rojava, as the more militantly Islamic factions within the new Syrian government push them back. Apparently there was a ceasefire a couple days ago. I'm not surprised America abandoned them. I mean, why would we not, I guess, given this government? Trump abandoned them last time too? Yep. Yes, sir. Let me see if I can find an Al Jazeera on it. Iran. Venezuela.
A historic milestone. That's the declaration from the U.S. Middle East envoy after the Syrian government and Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces agreed a comprehensive ceasefire deal. The agreement will see a phased integration of SDF fighters and institutions into the Syrian state. The SDF says it also includes the withdrawal of government forces from the front lines and the entry of security.
Hey, Comrade Robin Hood, do you have a preferred video source you'd like me to look at?
Forces affiliated with the Interior Ministry into the city centres of Kurdish majority Hasaka and Qamishli. Now, this is what the U.S. envoy to Syria, Tom Barrack, has posted on X. He says, today's announcement of the comprehensive agreement between the Syrian government and the Syrian Democratic Forces, the SDF, represents a profound and historic milestone in Syria's journey towards national reconciliation, unity, and enduring stability. This carefully negotiated step, building on earlier frameworks and recent efforts to de-escalate tensions, reflects a shared commitment to inclusion, mutual respect, and the collective dignity of all Syrian communities. Zain Basrawi is joining us live now from the Syrian city of Aleppo. So just talk us through what's been announced, Zain.
Well, it's been a couple of hours and we're beginning to see details, and crucially, let's get right into what the Syrian government and the SDF are getting out of this deal. The Syrian government issuing a statement on state TV saying that it will take control. The Syrian state assumes control of all civil and government institutions, crossings and entry points.
How much open violence was there? So there's a ceasefire now. People in chat were telling me that Rojava was like gone, basically. How bad did it get?
And no part of the country remains outside of its authority. This is something that Damascus had been pushing for with the SDF for some time, that it needs to be the centralized government authority governing Syria from the capital, Damascus, with no talk of autonomy, with no talk of separatism, with no talk of autonomous regions that are operating independently of the centralized government in Damascus. That seems to be the expectation, and crucially, both sides, the SDF and the Syrian government, have issued statements that do say the same thing. So there does appear to be an agreement. The quiet of the last 72 hours with no confrontations between the two sides clearly used to carry out conversations that have resulted in what many are seeing here as a positive result of both sides managed to keep their guns silent.
There were huge battles because the Arab tribes that held the border with Jelani's government flipped sides. Zateo has a good explainer on the situation. Please, I love Zateo. 17 minutes. Disturbing.
This was the map of Syria when the Assad family took over in 1970. And this is how they left it. Pockets of a country controlled by minorities and opposition groups. In December of 2024, Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia, and Abu Muhammad al-Julani marched into Damascus.
They're getting absorbed by the Syrian government. Okay, obviously, I am always pro-Rojava, certainly more than I am pro-Julani. However, obviously, they would want a united Syria, right? Like, unless they were willing to literally allow Rojava to secede, this was always going to come to a head eventually. It's mostly just a matter of how violently it happened.
After 54 years of dictatorship, Syrians were finally free. They dared to dream their country could be whole again. A year later, the reality is mixed. A fragile Syrian state has made many advances, but is now facing growing division and hostility.
الطائف الكرسي في سوريا تطلب الاستقلال المنطقة الجنوبية. ما عاد في مجال غير.
So what role has Syria's new leadership played in this? Let's go back to the divided Syria that developed.
Yeah, but ain't no way this should happen under an Al-Qaeda-occupied government. Okay, listen, Jolani's obviously overseeing a lot of bad stuff here, but I don't think we should smear him for that necessarily. It seems like he is interested in actually building out a serious Syrian state. The issue is that a bunch of the military power in Syria is basically just Arab religious tribalism, you know? Like the only apart from Jolani and the people trying to like directly secede or follow after Assad, you have Rojava, you have the Kurds, but there are like tons and tons of these like militant Arab groups who didn't want to work with the Kurds to begin with, and now they see an opportunity to kind of unite against them. Yes, the centralized authority is pretty fragile. I know that much.
Under the Assad regime. Following the Arab Spring, Syrians rose up against the dictatorship.
We're going to learn today.
Lasted over a decade. During this, Assad ruled over Damascus.
Dude, he's a terrorist. The designation of terrorist means nothing in the context of Syria. What? Like a terrorist against who? Against who? What? American occupiers? against the Assad-backed Syrian government, it's a meaningless statement. He acts without the auspices of state power. Well, now he does, you know? What we're interested in is not whether or not he is a terrorist, but whether or not he's doing good for Syria. And right now it looks like the country is in too fragile of a position to meaningfully develop out, right? Like what we're looking to see is like, can he actually turn this into a real functioning state? And I don't know. The Kurds could.
Outside the capital, some parts of Syria were governed by different groups.
If they were allowed to.
In the northeast, the Kurds were the first to gain their autonomy and formed SDF, the Syrian Democratic Forces. The Turkish-backed local forces took over the far north. The northwest was taken by opposition groups and rebels led by Jolani. And in recent years, the Druze defied Assad and secured the semi-autonomy in the south.
Like, that's its own fucking problem, too, with the Druze, you know?
This divide lasted for years. But in 2024, something changed.
It was a moment full of hope that this change took a lot of people's lives, unfortunately, to happen. It destroyed the nation to happen, getting Assad out of power, and seeing him running out of the country after he basically couldn't defend himself.
Throughout the war, Assad leaned on Russia and Iran to keep him in power. But just before Assad fled, they pulled their forces, and HTS started marching to Damascus, taking it with almost no bloodshed. They were led by the ex-Al-Qaeda leader, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani.
Our boy.
Who dropped his assumed name, the one that was on the designated terrorist list, and returned to his birth name, Ahmed al-Shara.
I should probably call him that, but Jolani just kind of stuck in my head.
The former Al-Qaeda affiliated leader was now a statesman seeking recognition on the world stage.
أحدثكم اليوم لا كحاكم بل كخادم لوطننا الجريح ساعيا بكل ما أوتيت من قوة وإرادة لتحقيق وحدة سوريا ونهضتها.
Al-Shara promised to serve a broken nation, and Syrians believed this new leadership might succeed. Perhaps the invisible borders would start to come down. But less than 4 months later, cracks began to show.
Oh no.
The first real test to Shara's leadership was bringing justice.
When a community or society faces severe human rights violations, you cannot deal with the past by just flipping the page. You get a lot of grievances, you get a lot of people missing, a lot of people want their rights back. And if you don't deal with that properly, those victims will become the new perpetrators because they're going to try to get their rights by their
No matter what you think of Jolani's intentions, his army and a lot of his legitimacy comes from Islamists in his rank, and so far he has not restrained them at all, basically. Yeah, it seems like it's pretty... The most reasonable assumption you could make is that Ahmad would prefer it if we could get to nation building, but he's having a really tough time reining in the demographic grievances of the Islamists who make up the majority of his military power. And if he speaks out against them, he's worried about getting deposed himself. And then you would have another, like, you would have another Afghanistan, basically.
While Assad himself fled, the people who carried out his commands were still in the country, and Syrians wanted those perpetrators held accountable. The Assad family had built a system of deep loyalty. To do that, they mostly relied on the Alawite minority, an ethno-religious group that they belonged to.
While the military, of course, had a lot of Sunnis, they're 70% of the nation. Naturally, you will have a lot of them in the military and in the intelligence. Kind of leading positions and more important decision-making was more handed to Alawi officers who are more loyal to Hafiz al-Assad and to his son Bashar later.
Many Alawites in the country are still poor and did not benefit from the government's favoritism, but they were heavily represented in the army, the intelligence agencies, and the inner circles of power. And favoritism got so pronounced that just speaking in an Alawite accent implied access to power in Syria. Assad also formed militias from the Alawite community to quell the uprising against him. These forces were known to be bloody and brutal, especially when facing protesters.
And this is at the very beginning stage when the revolution wasn't even armed. It was more peaceful protesters demanding things and the government shooting back at them. That created kind of grievances for the Sunni majority against the Alawis.
Where the new Shah government has failed is not delivering justice when it comes to Assad's prominent partners.
Get General Talal Makhlouf, a general in the military.
This happens literally every single fucking time. There's a military coup or a regime changes power, whatever else, you have the same problem. How the fuck do you deal with all of the people who are in nested positions of power and part of the old guard? If you replace all of them, you basically cripple your country and you cut off God only knows how many loose threads. You have no idea how many enemies you've just made spread out across all these institutions if you replace everyone with the new people in charge. Slow replacement? Yeah, but like, unfortunately, you have to think, as soon as you put a new guy in charge, every single person, every new key into power, every person associated with the old regime, they're waiting for you to do it to them too. And they're going to start building preparations. They're going to start building contingencies. They're going to say, hey, you know, I'm hiding money here. I'm hiding trust here. I'm making all these confidential agreements. Like it becomes really, really, really difficult to uproot these people, you know?
Special forces, Assad's cousin, he was leading Division 2 when the chemical weapons were deployed against
the U.S. removing every single Ba'athist government official at once, collapsed the Iraqi government's day-to-day operation and created ISIS. Yeah, can't really do that.
Damascus suburb. The guy is full of blood and he's in his home because there's a deal struck between Shah and certain regional powers, likely Turkey and Russia.
تعاملت الهيئة معنا باحترام شديد ولطف شديد، عن جد بتدل على أنهم عم يفكروا بمنطق الدولة.
The new government also struck a deal with Fadi.
Soviet Union did it. The Soviet Union did it. But I think that in order to get that kind of Soviet outcome, like a complete demolition of the Tsarist regime, you would need an amount of bloodshed that is both unfeasible and also cannot be sustained with the fractured coalition that Jolani represents, you know? Like, at least in the Soviet Union, there was a very, very, very clear line. There wasn't a lot of, like, ambiguous loyalty or mixed obligations when it came to the, you know, red versus white or the Bolsheviks when they overtook the palace. It was pretty clear who represented what. And that was before social media. You know, you're dealing largely with peasants, not even with proletariat. So maybe these systems are a lot less complicated.
Saqr, the leader of a brutal Assad loyalist militia.
Bureaucracies used to be a lot less complicated, okay?
The guy who formed what's called the National Defense Forces, a paramilitia group helping the government, and who did nasty crimes, including the Tadamun famous massacre.
Fadi Saqr's militia was responsible for the brutal Tadamun massacre, the horrific mass killing that took place in 2013, when the militia forced victims to jump into a mass grave while being filmed on camera.
I cannot sleep at night because of this guy. Because this is really personal now. All those people committed all these horrifying crimes we worked to document for 14 years. Now, not only living a peaceful life in his village or in his town, no. He is in the national peace building of the state.
But the government has also exercised brutal tactics from the Assad era on Alawite communities.
So what do you think the play is here, boys? Like very, very, very public show executions of a couple of the most vile Alawite repressors during the Assad regime, and then this is like a warning to the rest, like toe the line and you won't be next, and then you hope that's enough to pacify the people who are upset. You just use some of them as a scapegoat.
March 6, 2025, the government said that 200 security forces were killed in a coup attempt, driven largely by Alawite Assad loyalists. The response was swift and brutal.
كان في قديم الزمان مدينة هنا اسمها جبلة انتعن سلافة صارت صحراء حرقوها حرق
تطهير عرقي تطهير عرقي.
The new defense ministry called on all newly joined factions to mobilize.
الآن وزارة الدفاع تنحر الرافضة والنصيرية وفلول النظام المجرم.
Some mosques across Syria issued calls to fight. 4 days, at least a dozen militias, including foreign fighters, who previously came to Syria to join ISIS and al-Nusra, were deployed to Alawite majority cities along the Syrian coast.
Can we invent an Arab militia that is not Islamist? Can we do that? It'd be so much more simple if these guys weren't all insane religious extremists. Like, it's literally just different branches of the Kurds. Oh, fuck, you're right, we had them. Well, they're not Arab, but, you know.
For people who did not see any accountability process for those officials who committed violations against them and their loved ones, yeah, they will hold the Alawi community accountable at large, collectively. And that's wrong, clearly.
For example, Bolsheviks did similar things like this, the Civil War, doing mass cleansing and abuses of ethnic groups like Tatars and Cossacks. Man, it is such a testament to how fucking, like, developed and civilized America is, relatively speaking, that when we talk about all of these political grievances we have with groups of people, no one really frames it as part of an ethnic conflict. Not on our side, at least, I should say. Like, when you have all, like, oh, everyone, all these, you know, Russian people or Cuban expats or whatever, you never really see pogroms against those groups. Well, the right keeps trying to do this, but even they half-heartedly commit to it. There's not really a big pogrom taking place against Somalis or Haitians or whatever, as much as they would like one to. But over in Syria, it's like, I don't know, 80% of the guys who killed my dad's cousins were from this ethnic group, this, like, microscopic sub-ethnic community in Syria. So we have to kill all of them. I'm joining ISIS. I'm joining ISIS because the Jolani isn't killing them fast enough. Allahu Akbar, let's go.
But that's the mentality of the people. The Alawis governed us for 54 years. The Alawis killed us. The statement, of course, wrong in the sense if it was a system of abuse and everybody contributed.
Mass killings and atrocities were filmed and posted to social media moments after being committed.
This crap goes back generations. I mean, a lot of these places are still basically borderline tribal. Saudi Arabia is still, like, in many places in the Middle East and in Africa outside of the big cities, they still have, like, honest to God, legitimate tribal beefs, you know? They haven't had much time to not have those. They need to have, I don't know, sports rivalries or something civilized. It's fucking crazy. Mind you, this is all our fault, okay? They could have gotten out of this centuries ago if it wasn't for our meddling.
Syrians watched horrific video after video of Alawite men being forced to howl and crawl before being murdered.
These ethnic divisions are more destructive than any economic exploitation could be. False juxtaposition. White Europeans had these ethnic divisions for literal millennia. We just industrialized and developed to a point where we rebuilt our consciousness around nationalism, or at the very least, like, more petty city rivalries, you know. This is just a consequence of it. Like, one caused the other. Economic deprivation causes the maintaining of a social structure that prioritizes a tribal like mindset, basically.
Shara's forces even picked a page from the Assad playbook and dropped barrel bombs from the sky. 1,400 were killed across 4 days, mostly Alawites.
الله لا يسامحك انك لك والله لندعس على كل علوي اعطيناكم الامان لكن غدرتوا فينا انتم فشرتوا اولادك هذولي يلا استلمي اولادك.
Part of the filming is also how proud they are to kind of seek revenge and get revenge.
Yeah, people make fun of like tribal divisions in Africa and the Middle East, but what do you think the fucking fall of Yugoslavia was? You know, what do you think Kosovo was? Like, this shit, it happened just a couple of decades ago on our doorstep, essentially. You need a relatively stable economic system to keep people from falling into these divisions, right? You know, normally, ideally, you have like sort of a nationalist cohesion, but past a certain point, globalization kind of erodes that too. A lot of Americans aren't really like that caught up in the identity of America versus Canada, and their identities become more of a cosmetic feature of their life rather than this like allegiance they owe, you know? Wasn't Yugoslavia pretty stable under Tito? Sure, but they were still basically just different tribes, right? I mean, he held together like a multi-ethnic country, but as soon as he died, it kind of fell apart. So the underlying rivalry hasn't really been addressed.
From the Alawi community. And of course, that established now a new grievances for the Alawis. They are the victim of a Sunni attack or a Sunni regime on us. That's why this cycle of violence will not be broken or stopped unless you have proper accountability process in the country.
Sadly, online campaigns helped fuel hate as well, and some loyalists of the new government voiced support for the vengeful campaign against the Alawites at large.
I mean, isn't this one advantage of globalism? Yeah, 100%. Look, one of the big things that ended tribalism as we see it here in the West was industrialization. You know why? Because everyone had to move into the cities. Like, tribes are what sustained tribalism, literally. Like separate, ethnically homogenous communities, small ones, usually rural. When everyone has to go to the city to get a job, like being fed into a big mill or whatever, you know, everyone has to go spend some time having their fingers mangled in a press. Those ethnic divisions tend to kind of melt away. Look at America. Irish, Italian, Jewish, a lot of these communities started off as distinct ethnic subgroups that had their own communities in New York, but like nowadays we're just like, well, they're New Yorkers. Are they originally Puerto Rican, Dominican, Irish, Jewish, you know, whatever? Yeah, sure, but like that's not the prevailing identity, and people also for the most part aren't out there forming street gangs to defend themselves over it. Back in the 50s, people were still doing like West Side Story shit, right? But nowadays, like, you know, people aren't really forming gangs in New York to defend the ethnicity of their neighborhood. If gangs do form, they might be ethnically aligned, but they're usually because of some underlying economic problems, right? You get me. Basically, what I'm saying is that you need a certain level of industrialization or economic centralization to incentivize people of different communities to mix together, and that then tends to like destroy, you know, the tribalistic, you know, the tribal conflicts. You do need a certain amount of gabagool. Liberalism wins again? Unironically. Yeah, 100%. Oh, and by the way, it's the same in Syria as it ever was everywhere else, okay? In Syria, these big ethnic rivalries, these like huge tribal divisions, are not stemming from the cities. Guarantee you. For the most part, the people in the cities are victims of disproportionately rural, tribal, ethnic communities that are militarizing to fight over one another. Because the cities are multicultural. Yeah, Damascus comparatively. I can't talk. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. You know what I'm saying though. Here, the guys in Damascus are like, come on, can't we all sit down, have a kebab, and talk it out? Meanwhile, there are like 17 flavors of ISIS insurgent mobilizing out there in the desert because all of them heard something about how the cousin of the other guy knew somebody who was responsible for the killing of their great-grandfather, and justice needs to be done. Roids everywhere are a blight. Yep.
في دمهم هن وبالساحل البحر قريب عليكم نعم مستغنين عن البحر شوفوهم في البحر وين كنتوا بيوتنا راحت وين كنتوا انتوا بيوتكم ما راحت بس خطف كم واحد منكم كنتم طلعتوا تدافعون على شو
Anybody disagree with the government, you get an army of trolls and bots sitting to dehumanize them, to attack them.
I've seen people posit that the deal to integrate Kurdish SDF into the Syrian military is an attempt by al-Shara to create a counterbalance to the Islamist militia. Wait, are they doing that? That's huge. Wait, that's actually really, really good. If the SDF is being integrated into the Syrian military, they're going to be a counterbalance to the Islamicization. Like that means that the military isn't going to be made up entirely of like ISIS freaks. Integrating all military and security elements of the SDF in the structures of the SDF and interior and spacious, conducting a security vetting, grant the military ranks corresponding financial and logistical entitlements, and protecting the autonomy of the Kurdish regions. That actually sounds pretty okay. They don't retain their units or commanders? Well, no. If the military is being integrated, they wouldn't want to keep the same units and commanders. If they did that, it would basically be like a second parallel military. How many of them are there? Hold on. SDF numbers. $50,000 to 100,000. Okay, and how many in the broader Syrian military? This is a numbers game. Significantly restructured, having recruited about half of a planned 200,000 strong force. Holy shit. There might actually be more people in the SDF right now than there are in the formal Syrian Arab army. That's actually huge. If they can maintain the incorporation of the SDF, and the SDF is willing to stand for their, oh fuck, man, this is really, really, really risky. You guys know that? Like, Kurds are not widely loved by Arabs in Syria. They're going to be like harassed. They're going to be bullied. They're going to be like hazed by their by the people around them. And how many of the SDF numbers might include Arabs that defected? Oh, 100% sure, but I hope they would still maintain some degree of loyalty. Not loyalty, but like, I hope an Arab who served under the Kurds would not then immediately go like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking beat a Kurd in the barracks to death tonight, like right after. Wonder how misogyny will play out. Yeah, fuck, what are they gonna do about the female Kurds in the SDF? What are they going to do about Turkey? Because Turkey's been taking free shots at Rojava for a while now. What happens when they're incorporated into the Syrian militia? This is one hell of a gambit. Yeah, this is actually like really spooky. This is really spooky, but I feel like it's also the only thing they could do. Right? I feel like this is the only play. What else could you do? If you want one Syria, you have to incorporate the SDF. There is no way you can legitimately advocate for like a Syrian state while a parallel military controls half the country. A parallel military run by an ethnic community that most Syrians don't like. But if you incorporate them, you could legitimize them. But you could also just like fold them in. I don't know, man. I don't have much hope for an independent Kurdistan, but it would just be nice if the Kurds weren't all killed or kicked out of Syria. Turkey still controls half of Jelani's army. The entire SNA joined and retained all their structures. It's them that's also done most of the war crimes. Well, hopefully the incorporation of the SDF is an indication to those people that they should reassess their loyalties. They're not like diehard supporters of Turkey or whatever, you know, like Turkey has influence over the SNA, but I like they could still, I don't know. That's pretty scary. I don't know. This makes my tummy hurt, guys. No, but Turkey still pays their wages. Yeah, I just wonder. Do you think they could afford to pay out the SNA's wages if they were able to get the oil rigs up online, the ones that Rojava's been guarding? Like, if the SDF is folded into the army and they're able to start really bringing oil production online, do you think that would be enough for them to basically buy out the SNA? It would take years, though, and they would have to get, like, the West in. No, you couldn't do that. Turkey? No. Who would they even sell to? The SNA are mostly thugs. Do do you think they have to get got? Like, do you think the only way forward for Syria is that these guys are... Only way is the SNA has to go? There are at least 25,000 of them. How the fuck do you get rid of that many guys? At least 80K? That's like as many as there are SNA. Huh. What an interesting problem. Basically the Israel treatment? I don't know, man. Interesting, more like nightmarish. I just... A report by the investigators of the UN's International Independent Commission on Syria denounced the atrocities committed against Kurds by Syrian National Army forces, which include torture, rape, murder, systemic looting, hostage-taking, forced displacement, forced appropriation of civilian property, arbitrary detentions, kidnappings, indiscriminate shelling, rocket attacks, as well as killing and maiming, quote, scores of civilians through the use of IEDs. Okay, guys, here's the plan, all right? In the middle of the night, the entirety of the SNA wakes up early because they set their phone alarms for 3 a.m. and then they smother every or SDF. Every SDF guy wakes up and smothers every SNA guy with a pillow in the barracks. 4D Chestmaster Jelani is going to move all the units around so there's exactly one SDF guy for every one SNA guy, so that there's a perfect ratio of smothering that can take place all at once. A sock with a bar of soap in it for every SDF fighter, exactly. Shiraz has been very cooperative with the U.S. to get a more unified Syria. He can use the U.S. to pressure Turkey to drop the SNA. Man, I hope so. I wonder how all the former Assadist army forces fit into this. They're still part of the new army. Maybe they're just keeping their heads down. They're like, please don't look at me. But does Israel want a unified Syria? No, no. Israel wants to selectively fund partisan military groups to pick apart Syria and weaken them so that Israel has an easy time assimilating more territory. Remember that Israel just randomly struck Damascus a bunch after the civil war, after Assad's ousting, and even took over land in their southwest. Israel will try to tear them apart as much as they can. An agreement has been reached of the settlement of civil and educational rights of the Kurdish people and guaranteeing the return of displaced their areas. The agreement is... Man, I'm really not trying to be naive, but I do think that Jolani wants good. I know that it's stupid and naive of me to believe that, but I really do think that he is trying... He's making a good effort at trying to turn Syria into a real state. Like, as fucked up as things are over there, he's dealing with, like, every fucking flavor of Islamist insurgency, and every ethnic group hates every other ethnic group, but I do think he wants good, even if so far things have been trending bad, mostly. Integration of all civilian institutions in the Hasaka government into the Syrian governorate and Syrian institutions, administrative structures. No. He definitely interested in integration. He's a former Islamic terrorist. How the fuck could he want good? Dog, who cares? He worked with Al-Qaeda. Everyone's worked with Al-Qaeda. No one gives a shit, okay? It's all good. Adopting a list of nominated leaders submitted by the SDF leadership to fill military, security, and civilian positions in central state structure. I guess, like, the big question is, what rank will the Kurds be allowed to hold in the new integrated military? If they're in a separate, like, in separate battalions or separate divisions or whatever, are they going to be ruled by Arabs or are they going to be ruled by Kurds? Because if they're ruled by Arabs, even if the forces are majority Kurd in some places, there's a lot of... Yeah, it says senior military positions, I know. I just want to know the details on that, because it's possible they could still be directly under the thumb of somebody who will work to undermine them. Welcoming Presidential Decree number 13 of 2026, which stipulates the recognition of Kurdish cultural and linguistic rights and addresses unregistered legal and civil issues and restores property rights accumulated from previous decades. It's really good. Vosh, your logic kind of reeks of good Tsar, bad boyars. Well, the problem is the bad stuff we've seen done are literally from the boyars, and the good stuff we're seeing done is literally from the Tsar, right? Like, the boyars are the ones running around doing ethnic cleansings while Jolani, like, watches from the capital, and the good stuff coming out of Syria is from the capital, like this is the Tsar, not the boyar. It might actually be the case here. He's trying to, like, wrangle a bunch of violent tribal Islamists, you know? It's not good. It's really difficult. But why would he recognize Kurdish cultural, linguistic, and property rights if he wasn't at least somewhat interested in long-term stability? Like, if he wanted to just oversee the downfall of the Kurds, couldn't he just, you know, do it? Like, he could coordinate with Turkey, shell the fuck out of them, all the Arab groups within the SDF's territory turn on them like they were, and so on and so forth. Saddam made a similar deal before the Anfal genocide, keep in mind. Fair point. Well, we'll see. Let's finish the video. This has ended up being more interesting than I expected it to be. I do appreciate the opportunity to learn about this stuff. He's literally organizing 2 genocides right now. Dog, that's just not true. Listen, this is a really, really, really complicated situation. Jolani is not organizing 2 genocides. He was only able to take over the country by virtue of a big, diverse coalition of militant interests, many of which are full of Islamists and radicals and terrorists and people who have committed many war crimes. And the country is full of ethnic groups that hate the other ethnic groups in the country, and everyone's at each other's throats. And it looks like right now he is struggling to rein in the worst elements of that army. And I think it's fair to point that out. It's fair to criticize that. But I think that saying he's orchestrating 2 genocides is just dishonest. Like, if we are interested in long-term statecraft in Syria, we have to at least engage with the nuance here. You know? Why is this guy defending a dictator? Genocide denial, you are reaching so far. What the fuck? Why are there so many Mossad agents in YouTube chat? What the hell? Of course he's a dictator. He's a military leader who just seized control of the Assad regime. What are you going to do? Turn that into a democracy day one? There's still like a bunch of factional warring. I also think you're coping. Can you tell me what you think I'm coping on? Do you not agree that, like, he was only able to take the country by virtue of working together with agents both internal and foreign, and now, like, he's having trouble reining in because a lot of them are extremely violent and tribal? Is that not like, Is that what about that is inaccurate? I'm Assad's strongest soldier. Oh, okay, you're not Mossad agents. You're revanchists. You're waiting for Assad to return from Russia. I think people are confusing you understanding it's a complex situation with you thinking he's a good person. Dude, people are always like that with online politics, man. Oh, you can never, it's always like hard line against this or against that. There was never, ever, ever, ever going to be a clean resolution to the fucking Syrian civil war. What kind of insane, like, God himself would have to come down and resolve it to have a clean break on this one, you know? Or Allah himself. I like the idea that you would ever get an outcome here that wasn't going to be really fucking bloody and messy for years and years and years. You don't actually have to defend the Islamic dictator. Okay, are you a Mossad agent? Channel activity. Chat messages in the last year. This is the only thing you've talked to my chat about. Okay. You might actually... be a Mossad agent.
Personal level, to dig for social media stories, make rumors about them. I get accused of being Assad remnants, fulul. I spent two prison terms with my entire family, and then I get the same stupid comments like, "Hey, you miss Bashar al-Assad clearly." Yeah, I miss being tortured by Bashar. This community of commentators managed, I think, by pro-government elements in Damascus, is leading that narrative and discourse about dehumanizing the others who are disagreeing with Damascus.
The revenge campaign against the Alawites carved a deep divide between the government and the minority that now lives in fear. Shara had a second major test to his leadership, creating a governing system that represents the country and its diverse minorities.
You would think a parliamentary system, after we dealt for 54 years with a sick centralized system with a person on the top knowing everything, approving everything, controlling everything, you'd expect some sort of parliamentary system or some representative system.
Shara's government adopted a temporary constitution that gave the president sweeping powers. Shara offered major cabinets to HTS figures and even placed his brothers in positions of power.
إذا حررت خطيفة أو مختطف من خاطفه فلا يمكن أن يسألك بعد ذلك إلى أين ستأخذني.
He excluded diverse voices from taking part in shaping the new Syria. He especially excluded the minorities with forces on the ground, like the Kurds and the Druze.
Shara individually decided on centralized system and a presidential system, and then he didn't give others any space to express their demands.
The Druze were reluctant to give up arms and integrate under Shara's rule. They had forced Assad out.
It's really tough, because on one hand, obviously he would seize power and centralize it, and obviously he would put loyal people in positions of power. The alternative is getting assassinated. That's always been... this happens literally every time there's a coup in every country, whether the person doing it is right or left wing, you know? There isn't really like a democratic civil society in Syria, so it's not like you can just pick up the pieces of an otherwise mostly functional bureaucracy and just, like, you know, get rid of the bad people. The whole system was authoritarian, you know? There's always going to be like a stabilization point where you need time to, like, assume control. And I also kind of sympathize with him not wanting to give Druze representational leadership in his government, considering the fact that as an ethnic group, they're mostly interested in, like, seceding, basically. At least a lot of them are. But at the same time, I don't really know what else you could do. Like, what could you do to... So the Kurds can be reasoned with. What could you do to convince the Druze to integrate with the new government? To be fair to the Druze, we just saw those HTS fucks admit they want to massacre the Druze. Yeah, of course, in the party that they were having. I wonder what the timeline on that was. The death squads are killing a lot of them. It's a little bit more complicated than just they only were antagonistic to the government after the army that the government uses started killing them. Like them seceding would not help the issue. It seems like a lot of them are being pretty antagonistic towards the government in general, but I don't really know how you would. The answer to this kind of thing is semi-autonomous regions. Yeah, but semi-autonomous regions based on ethnic groups is like a long-term recipe for disaster. You really don't want that in the long term. Yeah. Ethnic diversity in Syria. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Short-term autonomous regions. If in order to make this work, you need everybody here to believe in the value of a new government and working together in that government. Like you need everybody on board with that project. It seems like the best thing that Sharad could have done would have been to publicly execute some of the more obviously bad Alawites. Maybe that would quell some of the more militant, like ISIS wings in his country. And then maybe that would like pacify the Druze a bit. I don't know. I feel like I'm talking like that one guy on Twitter, how Hitler could have taken over Russia. Don't siege Stalingrad, just take it or whatever. Just Zerg Russian? How many Alawites were killed? What scale were these massacres on? 2025 massacres of Syrian Alawites. Yeah, multiple reports, ranging from 1,000 to 2,000, but more arguing around 2,000. Man, that's a lot. Fuck, that's a lot of massacred people. How many of them? Let's see. About 273 of them were security forces, and 259 were Alawite militants. Man, the fucked up thing is that I wouldn't even feel that bad about it if they were targeted actions against the militants. Like many people within the Alawite ethnic group were thugs of the Assad regime. If they just like very targetedly found those people and executed them, it would be like, okay, that's messy, but it's also Syria. So, you know, the bloodletting is kind of part of establishing trust in the new government. But they killed a lot of civilians. It's so messy. It's so ugly. The only reason it wasn't way more was that Russia housed tens of thousands in their bases. Sorry, I'm just thinking. Okay, so what about the Druze insurgency? There are just not that many of them, too. Only 3% of the population. At least the Alawites are like 11%. Okay, can we agree on one thing for sure? The Druze are doing the wrong thing here. Regardless of everything else that's happened, balking at secession, or like pushing for secession and playing into like foreign ops stuff with Israel is not good, right? Like that's clearly not the right play here. No matter how bad things are, like Israel would let you all get slaughtered. They just want more infighting in Syria. I don't know how you deal with this. Do you just ignore them? Maybe the best thing to do would just be to completely ignore the Druze for a while, focus on everything else, and then hopefully if you can get your shit together, they have guns. That, well, obviously, if they move out of their territory and shoot you, you can kill them. But I mean, like, don't, like, just let them be here and then prove that you can build a better government yourself, you know? And maybe ideally over time, they're more willing to assimilate, maybe? But obviously, if they start marching out, like, you have to deal with them. There just aren't that many of them. Woo them by having a shining city in the dark. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that, yeah. The deal with the Kurds might be a test in that regard. Yeah. What if Israel gets them first? If Israel starts using them as a foothold, that is a real problem. I mean, they're kind of already doing that to an extent. Right here next to the Golan Heights, you know, Israel took that. What was the mountain that Israel took randomly during the Syrian civil war? Like Israel took advantage of the chaos and they just took the Mount Hermon. Was it? Yeah, Hermon. Yeah. They just like, they were like, yoink, took it for themselves.
And secured the semi-autonomous region for themselves. The new government, however, was eager to control their areas and quell any demand for autonomy or self-government.
Since the Sharia took power and Assad collapsed, the Druze kind of aimed for similar level of decentralization / self-autonomy where they can kind of run their day-to-day activities.
In late April, just weeks after the massacres in Alawite cities, an audio message started circulating on social media. Muslims believed the message to be offensive to the Prophet Muhammad. Many began spreading the false claim that the voice in the message belonged to a Druze leader. The reaction was violent. Attacks on Druze students broke out at universities. Protesters marched the streets in multiple cities, some calling for punishment, others demanding extermination of the Druze. The government later claimed that Druze militias attacked a security checkpoint. It launched a retaliatory attack on the Druze towns of Sahnaya and Jaramana. Over 100 people were killed. Druze communities in Israel took to the streets, calling on the Israeli government to intervene. And Israel has never been quiet about its desire for a divided Syria. Israel launched airstrikes, it argued, to defend the Druze community. On May 2nd, an airstrike struck the vicinity of the presidential palace in Damascus. 3 months later, a local conflict between Druze and Bedouin tribes boiled over. Once again, Shah's government mobilized against the Druze.
تم تحرير مدينة السويداء من العصابات الخارجة عن القانون العصابات الإرهابية.
Government soldiers and Bedouin tribe fighters marched towards the city of Sueda, armed with razors. They filmed themselves reveling in shaving the mustaches of Druze men, who see facial hair as a symbol of dignity and pride.
To see the amount of electric razors the army was equipped with, this is...
God, religion is so fucking retarded. What was I saying? What was I going to say? How much of this how much of this, like, on what level was this ordered? What was the highest political or military authority that that ordered this this march into Druze territory?
This is not innocent. This is not a coincidence, and this is not individual practice. Those guys were prepared to do this type of violations.
Once again, Syrians witnessed a campaign of humiliation and killing, apparently sanctioned by the government.
It was official army units doing that? No, I know that. But what I'm saying is, did Jolani call for it? Or was it like a general called for it? I'm interested in knowing like how high up the orders here go, you know? They say the government did it. Did the government do it? Yeah, of course, but I want to know like where that buck stops. He's so desperate to defend these actions, it's like hypnosis. Dog, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, what, like, pre-existing ethnic conflict did you survive that has motivated you to the degree of tribalism that it takes to think that I'm acting out of anything other than a desire to know more about the conflict here? Holy shit. Obviously, massacres can be ordered at many different levels. Sometimes, like, for instance, you know, is it being done at a company level? Is it individual units? Clearly not in this case. Is it a general ordering it? Is it Jolani, the president himself? That's what I want to know. I think it's interesting. Obviously, if Jolani is specifically ordering this stuff, then he's unsalvageable. That's unconscionable, you know? If it's a general directly beneath him, it's possible that the reason he's staying quiet in his opposition to it is because he thinks he would be couped or he would lose the respect of his men to the extent that he would effectively stop being the president. Already, like, the real power centers in Syria are not him, but the generals, as is always the case with destabilized countries. So I'm interested in knowing, like, where does it center from? Knowing where it is centered from helps you understand how to address it. Why are y'all being goofballs? Is Vosh's take his silence as a form of acceptance apply here? Well, it depends on whether or not he thinks that it would lead to good outcomes in the long run, right? Like I said, you know, if he doesn't have much control over his men to begin with, openly beefing with a general is a great way for Jolani to lose whatever vestige of power he has. This is like military coup stuff 101. The people with the guns are the ones with power. If Jolani has like an open beef with his generals, it could lead to him losing everything, and then the country just turns into like marauding bands of like ISIS fighters, basically. If he wants to build a real country, he has to secure control over his men, and it looks like right now he has very poor control over his men. So I'm wondering, you know, what can be done about that.
الشوارع ما تلاقي ولا درجة درجة زي الوقت درجة هاويته درجة والله لا يا أخي درجة.
One particular crime showed government soldiers forcing Druze men to jump off a balcony to their death. Druze leaders renewed their plea for international protection, and Israel, which had been working to weaken the new government, struck Syria again on July 16.
I remember that.
The Ministry of Defense in central Damascus, in one of the most aggressive Israeli bombings in Syria in recent years. Government forces withdrew from Sueda. More than 1,000 people were killed, most of them Jews. Druze militias later launched a revenge campaign against the Bedouins in southern Syria. Tens of thousands were displaced. And divisions deepened. Israel's intervention fueled hatred towards Druze among Shah's loyalists. And the Druze lost trust in the government. Syria's first year after Assad's fall was rocky, but not entirely without progress. Shah's government shut down Assad's prisons, including Sadnaya, ending the regime's machine of torture and disappearance. Shah concentrated his efforts towards lifting sanctions. He appeared to have succeeded.
I really don't know how possible this is, but it kind of seems like the Kurds or the SDF are al-Shara's last hope. Like, there are so few people in Syria with guns who are interested in building a country. Like, so the majority of the people in Syria who are militarized just want to take out their petty, factional, fucking tribal revenge on other groups. You know? The SDF is like the only other group of well-armed, well-coordinated, well-educated people who actually care about nation building. I wonder if the incorporation of the SDF could give al-Shara a little more leverage in the long run. You know, like a little bit, like more allies in the government, even if not people high up, but like people in the rank and file who are. SDF isn't only Kurds. No, but I would trust the Arabs who have served under the SDF more than I would trust Arabs that are aligned with like the current Syrian army, on average.
Successfully brought Syria back onto the international stage. But during this year, the new government revealed a pattern that is hard to ignore. 2 brutal campaigns of mass killing against 2 minorities have already torn deep new wounds into Syria's social fabric. And as Shara gains more power, minorities are more skeptical to integrate under the state that he rules and hesitant to trust the direction their fragile country is headed.
That was some really good reporting, though. It didn't actually cover the stuff that we were talking about, the recent incorporation of the SDF.
Northeast Syria is changing hands and the map is shifting fast. For more than a decade, the Kurds here have governed themselves, but now they say they are under threat.
Clashes between government forces and Kurdish fighters are destabilizing the country and could derail Syria's fragile push towards lasting peace.
The only way for Shara to not be ousted upon trying to purge these generals is to basically have CIA or KGB or some superpowers intel that can help him purge them without a coup. Yeah, that makes sense. That is why Maduro had Cuban intelligence with him rather than Venezuelan intelligence. Yeah, that's probably like his best bet. If he could get Chinese intelligence to assist him in doing some more, like, I don't know, wet work, or I don't know what Russia could really do. I don't know what we would do.
Allahu Akbar. Under the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, the group that allied with the United States and the West to defeat ISIS, this has remained one of the last parts of Syria outside full government control. Where?
In Hasaka, Kurdish fighters on the front line told me they're preparing to defend this land and their communities, whatever the cost. And they feel betrayed by the United States, which is now shifting support to the Syrian government.
Despite all the betrayal we have faced from international forces, our stance has not changed. We remain armed and prepared to defend our land.
Since the beginning of the year, forces loyal to the interim government of President Ahmad al-Shara have pushed deep into the northeast, attacking Kurdish forces. Part of a campaign to reunify the country.
There is now a standoff between Syrian and Kurdish forces. Government troops are a few kilometers down this road, and the ceasefire that's in place is extremely fragile, and the fear is if it breaks down, it could lead to another civil war.
Government forces have already retaken cities that were captured by ISIS by the Kurds, including Raqqa, a predominantly Arab city. Here, there were celebrations when the Kurds retreated. And this is what happened when they took over the Al-Hol camp, a vast detention facility for ISIS families. We visited Al-Roj camp, still under Kurdish control, where many foreign women and children linked to ISIS members are detained, including Shamima Begum, who had her British citizenship revoked. Inside, women and children live in harsh, overcrowded conditions. Zilan from Turkey was just 12 when her parents joined the Islamic State. She's now 20.
When we were brought here, no one asked for our opinion. Whether we wanted to come or not, it was our parents' decision. I've been in this camp for almost 9 years. I worry about dying here. I can't see a way out.
Like thousands of others, she's been stuck in this camp for years, trapped in...
By the way, the reason they're stuck there is because half of them aren't even Syrian and their governments won't take them back. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a fucked situation from the perspective of Rojava, because like their parents are dead. They died fighting Rojava. The SDF killed their ISIS fuckwit parents and left their kids there to die. And since then, Rojava has basically been like, well, fuck, I guess we're just taking care of these kids because they're women and children. They can't like fend for themselves. A lot of them aren't Syrian. You know, they're like Iraqi, but Iraq doesn't want to take them or whatever. So they're just saddled with them. And you know what? I'm sorry. Like the fact that Rojava allows press to see them, I don't know. I mean, what the fuck? What do you do, right? I'm sure that they recruit from these ranks to an extent, but like also to an extent, like literally, what do you do? They're like stateless people. A lot of them are kids. There are no men because all the men are dead because they died fighting the SDF. Can't they be integrated into the population? I'm sure, like, to an extent, but I'm sure there are a lot of complications there as well.
Legal limbo, with no country willing to take her back.
Since the conflict erupted again, there are huge questions about what happens to the tens of thousands of ISIS prisoners and detainees in these sprawling camps in northeast Syria. The fear is
that... It's the problem, man. It's the problem if you don't have, like, a heavily developed civilization. It's that you don't actually have a way of dealing with these guys. Like, you don't... It's just how massacres happen. Oh, my God. And the fucking Syrian government's been freeing these people. And a lot of them are, like, regular women and kids who just can't reintegrate, or they think they can't reintegrate, or people want them dead or whatever. But sometimes they're prisoners. They have, like, men that were captured instead of killed.
But if security breaks down, there could be escapes, ISIS could regroup, and there could be renewed attacks, not just in this region, but also in the West.
The head of Al-Roj told me the mood inside the camp has become much darker.
By the way, the U.S. is sending as many male ISIS prisoners from Rojava's prisons to Iraq now. Am I horrible for thinking that, like, I don't know, man. You were part of ISIS. Taking care of prisoners is expensive. ISIS is really fucking bad, dude. They're really, really, really bad. It's insane how bad ISIS is. I don't know. These people don't have a lot of money, water, and food to go around. They're keeping prisoners alive? That's crazy.
Since government forces began their advance.
Since the new government took control of Damascus, there have been noticeable changes in the camp. Many women feel empowered and hopeful, believing ISIS is returning because like-minded forces have now come back to power.
Ooh, see, what do you... You've got all these women and children that you've been keeping for ages because they're stateless and no one wants them, and the Syrian government's moving in, and the kids are like, ISIS is coming back, ISIS is coming back. What the fuck do you do with that as a Kurd, man? That's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ.
The offensive is reshaping Syria's balance of power after the fall of the Assad dynasty, and the Kurds' semi-autonomous statelet is rapidly shrinking. When Syria descended into civil war during the so-called Arab Spring, the Kurds took control of parts of the northeast. Then, after playing a key role in defeating ISIS, they captured even more land, eventually controlling roughly 25% of the country by 2019. But since the interim government's offensive started in early January this year, they've lost swathes of territory. At stake is the vast majority of the country's oil and gas reserves, located in the northeast.
Yeah, by the way, these women aren't just helpless, innocent people. They've been radicalizing their kids for years. When Rojava started separating their kids, he radicalized them. The UN said that was a war crime. Yeah. We shouldn't infantilize them too much. Like, not historically, like the wives of bad men have not all just been hapless victims. Like ideologically, they're also part of this militant Islamist cult. Rebuild the caliphate, death, so on and so on. It like being realistic here, unfortunately, it really does seem like the only things that you can do are an unimaginable crime or dedicate all of your society's resources to housing them forever until they grow old in prison. And neither of those seem correct.
Government revenue for a country trying to get back on its feet. But the Kurds are a sizable military force with aspirations of statehood. Damascus is also demanding they integrate into the national army.
For people living in the Kurdish majority areas, this is a really worrying, really nervous time. And what these units are doing is they're driving through the town to try and offer people some reassurance.
The Kurds, a minority, say they need security guarantees and a degree of autonomy if they are to give up their weapons. In Kurdish-held areas, the new interim government, led by rebel forces, some with extremist links, is met with mistrust. On these streets, there's a deep unease about what this new chapter may bring.
So tens of thousands of Kurds have fled as the armies advanced. And there have been allegations of sectarian violence. Now, some of them have taken refuge in this mosque in Qamishli. And we're going to go in now and try and understand what they're running away from.
Shireen Abdul Fattah is terrified. She's sheltering here with her family, bracing for the possibility of war between the new authorities in Damascus and Kurdish forces.
We were afraid of airstrikes and of death. Children were being killed, women arrested and tortured. The new government is fundamentally terrorist in nature. In 2014, my hometown was attacked by Al-Qaeda and its affiliates. The man who was once a part of those groups is now the president of Syria, and nothing has changed for the Kurds. America says it protects us, yet it betrays us. We are treated like something to be sold or bought, while our children are killed before our eyes.
At night, armed militias guard the roads in the darkness. Across Kurdish areas, tensions are high as residents wait to see what comes next. A 15-day ceasefire to move ISIS prisoners to a more secure location in Iraq is already started.
It is, like, so fucked up and insane that there are a significant number of Syrian soldiers who are probably looking forward to the opportunity to break free those ISIS prisoners, so that they can, like, reestablish control in Syria. You know? Like, the release of tens of thousands of ISIS prisoners would be a massive, massive, massive morale, like, fire a flare into the air kind of signal that their time has come back. U.S. CENTCOM on that? U.S. forces launch mission in Syria to transfer ISIS detainees to Iraq. How many of them? Up to 7,000 ISIS detainees could be transferred from Syria to Iraqi controlled facilities. At least Iraq has, like, some money in prisons. You know? Yeesh. Iraq is a functioning country more or less now. The various sectarian factions in Iraq also hate ISIS a lot more. Yeah, for now. We'll see what happens after Iran falls. We're gonna get ISIS too. Ah, no. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Isn't Iran far more stable and industrial? Yeah, but Iran has no reason at all to take on ISIS prisoners. They have no incentive to just randomly take so many people, hungry mouths. They're not our allies. Iraq, at least nominally, is. I feel like with the fall of the IRG, the leftovers wouldn't be anywhere near as bad or as capable of ISIS. You really think so? I don't know. If Iran, the last real beacon of Western opposition in the Middle East, fell, because there aren't any remaining, right? Like UAE, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, even fucking Assad was anti-Western in his own way, even if fucking Muslims hated him, right? With Iran, the final bastion of anti-Western Islamic power in the Middle East falling, I feel like I feel like people would lose their fucking minds. I think there are a lot of people across the Middle East, even people who don't necessarily like Iran, who see it as a necessary counterbalance to Western interference. I mean, certainly like tons of them in Iraq and Syria and so on. And if Iran fell, it would be pretty blackpilling for a lot of them. All right, well, anyway, this was all very depressing. I have no idea. Do you think it's justified for Western nations to strip ISIS fighters of citizenship? No, it's fucked up, because then we can't even take them back after they've been caught. Like, what we're basically saying is, oh, Kurds in Rojava, good luck. You kill them or you imprison them for the rest of their lives. You can't even send them back to the countries that they've had their citizenships stripped of. If like if you are an ISIS fighter and the SDF captures you alive and you have no citizenship, and like you can't be returned to anywhere, and you are unrepentantly in line with the ISIS ideology, I don't really care what they do to you. This is just a natural consequence of minimal local resources. In the United States, we have money aplenty, we have prison cells, we can provide for people, we have the resources. But in Rojava, they're fighting for their fucking lives over there already. And the idea of us having to like indefinitely burden them with lifetime prisoners, all of whom believe in like mass death, like it's insane. We're basically just pushing the problem onto them, you know? Yeah. Like, if you've signed up with ISIS, as far as I'm concerned, you've signed your death warrant. I really don't care what happens to you afterwards. No, I agree that we should not strip them of citizenship. We should take them back into our country so that they can be tried and spend the rest of their life in prison. Also, I think it would be a tremendous novelty to have trials in America for ISIS militants who moved out of America and then back here, you know? Some guy from Wisconsin talking about the need for a caliphate or whatever. I would love to hear that in court, please. It would be a delightful novelty. For Rojava, it's just a tedious feature of life, you know? Every day for them. No. Anyway. Syria. Well, we're well past time. Shall we read donos? Huh? A little bit? We're backed up a little bit, so I'll need to read them quickly. Vox Syndicate and Cade Plays Base, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Congrats on the new job, Cade. Dazed and Dizzy and Xanadu77, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Dead Raccoon, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Cat face to you too, my friend. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Celius54, Kevin Von Bright, and Kevin Von Bright again. Thank you for the $5. Hassan at 100K viewers right now. Do you think this opens you up to collaborating in the future? No, I don't. I don't think Hassan being enormously popular opens up the the collaboration window anymore for me. The problem with us collaborating was not he wasn't popular enough for me. You know, that wasn't the issue. That being said, I'm very happy that his stream went well, and it seems that they unbanned him on Twitch. Am I correct in that? They saw him get like 150,000 viewers on YouTube, and they were like, ooh, and they unbanned him. Am I wrong on that? I thought I saw somebody say that. You did? Okay. Slinky, Scowling Cat, and Meowra, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. He got 1 mil. 1 mil concurrent viewers? No, he didn't. Nobody gets that. What do you mean? You mean 1 million total viewers? Yeah. On the VOD. Yeah. But that's not... concurrent and total views, very, very different. But irrelevant. He did very well. He did very well. Doxy and Steve Perry Sherry, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Lord Harvey, thank you for the $5. I sleep with a mouth guard that pulls my lower jaw slightly forward. The past 2 nights, I have slept with one of those sticky tape things on your nose that pulls your nostrils open, and it has been helping. I think what I have might be nasal polyps, because what it feels like to me, the main tell for me is that even though I'm always demonstrating allergy symptoms, seriously, how often do I blow my nose on stream? It's every stream 100 times, you know? I'm always demonstrating allergy symptoms. However, I never have a productive nose blow. Ever, at any point in my life. Like, I never am like, you know, my nose is stuffy. And then it's like, bleh, you know, like all the snot in my nose. I never get that satisfaction. So I think that my airways are restricted, and I think that might be because of nasal polyps. So I made a doctor's appointment, and we'll see. Breaded Hussar, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Darth Death Metal, thank you for the $5. Tyrotechnic, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Sorry to hear that you're both out of milk and snowed in. I hope you survive. I hope you've survived up until this point. Snowy Cat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very happy to hear that you're enjoying that soundbite. Stupid Genius, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Doxy, thank you for the incredibly kind $10 and tier 3 sub. Oh, excuse me. Been a fan of yours for 2 years after my girlfriend introduced me to your content, a crime I am yet to forgive her for. Have a good stream. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You donated more or less the same thing twice. I'm sorry that I didn't get to your donations yesterday or the day before. You know, I've just had a difficult time talking at length, as I still am to an extent, but I really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Haven't caught a live in forever. Here's my cool little jumping spiders. Poe is the big one. Pipsqueak is the tiny one. Yeah, they're cute. Beep, beep. How the hell is Vosh a Hassan supporter? Please tell me that was a joke. I mean, I don't watch his content, but he's the largest leftist live streamer. I think he brings a lot of people in the generally correct direction. You know, when I hear a take from Hassan, I agree with him like 99% of the time. There's stuff he said I've disagreed with, and when he says something I disagree with, I say it. I've never really been shy about that. I feel like sometimes it's a little bit performative, the Hassan hate, you know? Like, does he say bad stuff sometimes? Yeah, for sure. But I don't know. Like, My country right now is run by a cabal of demonic pedophiles. And every day, more information about them being pedophiles comes out and nothing happens. It's just so far down my priority list. Like, the world is ending in 50 ways, and none of them are Hassan being, like, cringily, overly complimentary towards China. Yeah. Speaking of. Beep, beep. Epunk246, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Scheherazadian and Looney Basilisk 17, thank you for the tier 3 subs both. Really appreciate that. Admiring artists' work in video games is literally my favorite part of playing games. This AI shit is so stupid. Yeah. Don't worry. The trend will die out eventually. One day. Maybe. Miss Gender Lynn and Pomelo Raccoon, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I wasn't a leftist until your stream made me question my beliefs. Thanks for being a voice in opposition to the nihilism I'd otherwise feel faced with our world. I'm really happy to hear that. Nihilism is very, 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 very bad. I'm happy that I can be part of whatever antidote you need to that feeling. You know? Gotta believe in things, folks. Gotta believe in things. Very, very, very important to believe in things. Why Guy, thank you for the $5. Yes, the UW teaching clinics are very good. Though in my case, I've gotten an appointment with an ears, nose, and throat. ENT, ears, nose, and throat, right, doctor? Yes. Dr. Mod, thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you. And Snow, thank you for the $5. I have not seen Pantheon. Vosh, he argues against electoralism. Truman Fate, I don't know if you've watched my recent streams, but I have not been particularly enthralled by electoralism lately either. If you were to say, hypothetically, that electoralism is a passing concern right now because the Democratic Party is entirely captured by people who are allegiant to the same interests as the Republican Party, you would be correct. That is a correct statement. You are objectively correct. Right now, the two frontrunners for the potential Democratic primary nominee in 2028 are Gavin Newsom, who is the devil, and Kamala Harris, who is the devil. I am so uninterested in these candidates that I stand by this, legitimately don't care if they lose to a Republican. The problems this country is facing, or are facing, the problems we're facing are not just extensions of Republican malice, but long-term systemic problems that Democrats have fed into as well. And I would rather, again, I mean this, I would rather preserve in people the hope that a Democrat could do better than confirm the opposite by allowing somebody like Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom continue to tank this country by allowing its underlying processes to run undeterred. You know? Better we reserve hope. Look how much Biden did for this country, after all. Do you feel safe? Do you feel like Biden protected you? Maybe if Trump had won in 2020, he would have just burned himself out now. Hassan just made a video about how he supports electoralism, which pissed off a lot of his fans. Maybe I'll watch it. Maybe he's more pro-electoralism than I am. Maybe we're switching places. Maybe in 2028, Hassan's going to be out there with the vote Biden, 2028 term as Biden comes back after surviving the removal of his prostate. And I'm going to be out there, Paul's ego posting. Who knows? Who knows? Grunkle Chubbs, thank you for the $5 and the contribution to the Epstein Quarter Zip Fund. Really appreciate that. Rivera Life, thank you for the $10. A combination of a nasal rinse like Neilmed and a nasal allergy spray like Nasacort immediately after was life-changing. Right now, I'm on that Zyrtec and Flonase game, I guess we'll see how it pans out. Mr. Unfamiliar, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Curvy Driftwood, thank you for the $10. You're still the only U.S. product I'm not boycotting. Aw. Thank you, thank you. Doing my best. Romulus, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Have you ever read Foundation by Asimov? No, I have not. Real similar to stuff you said. The Empire is dying and nothing can stop it. Best we can do is prepare for the dark. There are differences in how we take advantage of the time that we have. I do stand by that. Luminaris, thank you for the $5. I was inspired and I made you something. Stupid. I saw this on the Reddit. Hello, comrade. I reached out to you last week about the Vosh donor-only survey. According to our records, it says you're a top VGG donor. However, it still says that under your name, it's response pending. Don't tell me you're a fake VGG fan. No, that cannot be true. This is your final warning. I can't talk. To prove Vosh wrong. Will the elite trans bounty hunters need to come and track you down via your IP address? I do have it. I do have it. This is so stupid. Yeah, well, so are you. Fuck you. Oh. I'm finding it harder to speak. I have been going for a solid 4.5 hours. Not terrible. Rapty Feathers, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Mackenzie Scott just funded the Trevor Project for a whole year. Wow. $45 million. That's awesome. Just like Melinda Gates, you know? Divorcing their evil billionaire husbands. Doing some good. Thank you, Rapty Feathers. Women are good, men are evil. True. Shaky09, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Knock Knees, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. A veritable assload is going on, but can you cover trans healthcare? Pritzker's name is all over this building. It's so dangerous. What is this? Lurie scales back gender affirming care. I will need to look at this on my own time. I don't have time for any more segments right now. I'll take a look. Alexius, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Don't mind me just fixing the white name. Looks so much better in yellow. Thank you very, very much. Pale Horse 343, thank you for the $5. As a former POL poster, this stream has been insanely hilarious. Do you feel like a shadow dancing on the wall of the cave? Antifa Private, thank you for the $5. Portuguese chatters in no position to speak. The government's run by the conservatives, the second largest party being fascist. Yeah, fuck you. El Bieber, the tier 1 sub. You met a beautiful cat in Austria, did you? Ooh. Cute baby. Can you please include means of donating other than PayPal? If I remember correctly, there's a very good reason why PayPal is required to make contributions as opposed to credit card. But I'm not a, finance guy. I don't know why. I didn't build the site infrastructure. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5 and the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. More than one Antifa coalition has fallen from the most opinionated and butthurt becoming dominant in signal chats. Yep. We do love our infighting. Yep, yep. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Archaeologists 500 years in the future will lament that Vosh never had children despite his wide birthing hips. I've taken some big shits, It's not all bad out there. I'm putting some to work. Seaweed Farmer, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I got estrogen, LFG. Nice! Well done. Congratulations. Zivanevskaya, thank you for the $7. I've had people tell me they don't want to pay property tax on their second home because they don't want schools in that area to get it. Evil is so fucking petty. Even that statement on its own should be enough to put you in prison. God, I wish we lived in a country that based. 3 Fat Samurai, thank you for the $5. Took the cats to work to groom them. Not happy, but not smelly. Ooh. Is there more? No, okay. A little stinker. Oh. Forgot to do that. Stinky. Mass Entropy, thank you for the very kind $22.22. I appreciate that. Thank you for the beautiful symmetry. And Zoltan Snarf, thank you for the super kind tier 4 sub. Sub for the fashion tips and cats. That's all I'm good for to you people. Everyone just waits for the politics to get done so we can get to the fashion and the cats. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, wow. There are quite a few super chats. Wow, 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 wow. Well. Oh, wait. I don't need to bring that over. What am I doing? All right, don't misuse that information, guys. You saw the back end. All right, where was my holding place? Notepad lol. That's not Notepad. That's the Super Chat backend. Taxes? Oh, you wish. People are running back there. They're screenshotting. They don't realize the whole point of me reading Super Chats is that I'm just reading out loud everything on the page that I just showed you. The only thing keeping it out of view does is I get the, plausible deniability of getting to skip donations that I find tedious. Okay, where was I starting? Where was I starting? I've spoiled. You guys have spoilers on the donos. BionicoBot, thank you for the $2. Likewise, J Richards 99. Asikar Tejan and Eat Pussy Crew. Thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. How's your mattress? My mattress is pretty good, actually. That's not the reason why I get bad sleep. It's just a congestion thing, Pale Magpie with the 5 pounds. I'm getting a lot of, recommendations on how to clear sinuses here, but a lot of this stuff I've since moved past. It doesn't help. Eat Pussy Crew, thanks the 2 AUD. 64 Crusader, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Pale Magpie, El Turambazdo, and El Turambazdo again. Thank you for the $5. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. No, the right wing really can't have martyrs. They're just not good at it. Shanty Clips, thank you for the $10. Or sorry, €10. I really appreciate that. Jay Powell is killing the little guy. High interest rates balloon our debt and give that money to lending banks who don't hand down gains to their customers. The Fed only serves the rich. Well, the system is set up so that the rich are being served in both directions. Like, if you raise interest rates, what you describe is true. But if you lower interest rates, you make it easier to borrow money, which is how the leveraging of, enables rapid wealth accumulation by the 1%. So it's not really like the problem isn't raising interest rates. They should be higher. The problem is that the system at large, the wealth always flows upward. There's no tool that the Federal Reserve could employ that would change the fact that wealth accumulates upward. Kermit Frog, thank you for the $2. X, Shanty Clips, thank you for the $5 and euros both. I really appreciate that. Thank you. No, I don't hate you, Shanty Clips. Bet, thank you for the 55 try. Really appreciate that. I'm in the emergency room listening to you. Got free healthcare in Turkey. I'm mogging y'all. Yeah, but at least I don't have to live in Turkey. I don't know what you want me to say. X, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you for contributing to the Belt Fund. Kara, thank you for the $10. Sean Riordan and Rescriptor, thank you for the $2 both. 06060 and Horrible Hand, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you, thank you. Crawley Boy and Mortal Wombat, thank you for the $10 both. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, doing yoga can help with opening your sinuses. I really do think in my case it's just allergies thing, though, Ghost of Avalon, Ash Kitty, and X. Thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate those. Don Hooter, thank you for the two $10 donos. Here in my localities, every time there's a property reassessment, they lower the tax rates to equalize payments with the prior assessments. In the 80s, our property taxes were twice the current rate. I'm begging everyone to run for local office. They're so easy to get. Run for local office. Raise your local property taxes to obscenely high numbers. Make it impossible to own property. You can do communism. Nick Callahan and Matt Montoya Music, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate those. Sandra G, thank you for the 25 Norwegian Kroner. Please look into China. I'll look into China. Zach Rack, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Still Alive, Ilsaurus and Pale Magpie, thank you for the $5 and the £5. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Mortal Wombat, thank you for the $10. We don't even get bread in circuses anymore. Well, our bread in circuses now are watching the elite attend the circuses while eating bread, it seems. Martin and Chasbaker, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Ask ENT about turbinate reduction. What the fuck is turbinate reduction? Outpatient surgical procedure that shrinks swollen, enlarged nasal turbinates to relieve chronic nasal obstruction. That doesn't seem too bad. I don't really know if this applies to me, though. Like, I don't know if this is what's causing my issue. I'll get them to poke around in there with the camera. Martin, thank you for the two $5 both. Really appreciate this. Phenylephrine is a placebo. Only pseudoephedrine actually works. There's videos on this. Adlet Astria, thank you for the super kind $20 dono. I've seen when people try to use AI to write game code, it doesn't work out very well. Doug told ChatGPT to give him the code for Snake, and it eventually worked after a dozen times of it not working. Yeah, and that's for Snake, right? Again, like, you really don't want to vibe code video games. Video games are really fucking complicated, you know? The only time ChatGPT is going to meaningfully help you with coding is if you're basically just copy-pasting solutions from the net. Like, build me a thing that does X, and then it just searches online. Here's an example on GitHub of a thing that does X. Brant, copy-paste. But if you're doing anything novel or iterative, you know, it's, like, it's just not going to help you. Information Paradox, thank you for the $5. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, thank you for the super kind $500 donation at the very end of last stream. It must have seemed like I was running out on you, huh? You show up at the last second right as I'm closing the stream. You're like, bam. Thank you. Itty, thank you for the 22 try. Red Baron, thank you for the £2. Celeste Temple, Marcus Lazor, and Kermit Frog, thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Stwerty and Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Disagree with disassociating left and academia as separate entities? No. I'm not saying every academic is compromised by Epstein. What I do mean is that, like, basically every university is compromised by Israel. Well, not every university. A lot of the big ones, though, you know, whether that be the investment of their funds in Israeli assets or like them capitulating to the deep state on ousting like, you know, pro-Palestinian protesters or whatever. Columbia, Harvard, you know, all these stuff like that, right? And as we know, being pro-Israeli is spiritually pro-pedophilia and pro-Epstein. I mean, there certainly seems to be a big overlap. Red Baron, thank you for the 10 and 2 pounds both. Donos both. It's surprising because if you understand World War II history, you'd think a human being would stay clear of a supremacy ideology. Nope. Unfortunately, that's just not how humans work. When the oppressed get the reins of power, the first thing they do is turn the whips on their former oppressors. Or in the case of Israeli Jews, on Arabs because they don't have any Germans around. But sure, they sure do whip the German government, don't they? Yeah. Mouse talks about this. M-A-U-S. It's good. It's good. Well, it's bad, but it's revealing. CBS had a segment on Israel protecting pedophiles years ago. Bet you CBS wouldn't run that segment today. Marcus Lazor, thank you for the $2 donos. Red Baron, thank you for the £2. Snorcore, Paloma Del Mar, who the hell are we? And who the hell are we again? Thank you for the $2 or $2.79 Canadian. Ghost of Avalon, thank you for the $5. Flop Bingus Republic, Paloma Del Mar, Mothman, and Paloma Del Mar again. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Democrats had this stash and nothing came of it because they are all one big pedo party and they protect each other? Yes. Bohemian Grove was real, and so was all the rituals mimicking rape and human sacrifice in their elite clubs like Skull and Bones. You know, honestly, given the Epstein files and everything we've learned, all the stuff that would not have been, that would have been conceived of as like the most unfathomably out there shit just a few years ago. You can believe whatever you want about the elites now. Here are the things you are not permitted, okay? You cannot fall into apathy. You can't be anti-Semitic, right? The vast majority of these people are men, but it's not a men issue. The vast majority are white, but it's not a white issue. You can't be anti-Semitic with this, okay? And you have to hate them. And as long as you fulfill all of these criteria, you can feel however you want about them, you know? Like, you can believe whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Still, they have only released 20% of the Epstein files. 20%. I can only imagine what remains in the 80% they have not yet released, if we've considering what we've seen already. Epstein supposedly had a hand in the appearance of microtransactions in Call of Duty. Oh my God. May 3rd, 2013, from Jeffrey Epstein. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards. Learn to read. Learn cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. From Pablo Solman. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy. You have to love how his example for real-world rewards is virtual items in games. Is there a bad thing that that Epstein, either, I guess, doesn't have a hand in? Like anything, anywhere? Is there a single thing anywhere on Earth that he didn't? Yeah. Limit Omar, thank you for the $2. ASMR Nostalgia for the $5. Who the hell are we for the 7 Canadian? I really appreciate that. Do you think Trump and this admin will go down as one of the worst presidentships in U.S. history? Yeah, easily. Yeah, 100%. In death toll, the cancellation of U.S. aid is greater than the death toll of any other president, easily. And I don't think the institutions that he's destroyed will recover. If there are any presidents worse than Trump, they will be ones in the future, not ones in the past. Nothing to see here. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Trump is the one who has allowed the DHS to swarm and infiltrate and invade churches. The idea that they're being sanctimonious about it now. Marcus Lazar, I'm sorry, you can feel my voice burning out here, but I'm doing my best. And you know, hey, don't I sound better today than I did yesterday? I was so much more like lethargic with my speech yesterday. And it's going better today. As soon as stream ended yesterday, I went out to the pharmacy. I got the doctor's appointment. You know, normally I don't like to do that stuff. I don't really like medical stuff. You know, I don't have any medical trauma. Doctors never mistreated me, apart from just doctors being annoying and belligerent and arrogant, like in a general sense. I've never like suffered any personal mistreatment. You know what's weird? Nobody ever brings up the keloid on my right earlobe anymore. When I got my keloids frozen off, I got this one removed, and it's stuck. It's normal. It's a normal earlobe. No one brings that one up, ever. Because it's on the other side of my face. But not only you guys, no one does in real life either. It's weird. I actually don't remember that I have a big earlobe keloid until somebody brings it up. You know, it's just a little. No, I know my head is tilted. It's just like I never. Is that why in some old videos you hear that thing in your ear? Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, people in real life also only see me at like a 3/4 angle from the left side, like this as well. Keloid, is that what those are? Yeah. Did you wear gauges? No, pierced my ear when I was in college. Regular old normal ear piercing. Cleaned it, you know, did all the normal stuff, but I'm just genetically susceptible to keloiding. But keloids are really, really, really tough to remove because they're basically like non-cancerous, but they're like non-malignant cancer, cancerous scars, basically. Like, they're not cancer, but the scar tissue grows out of control. Uncontrolled cell growth. So the problem is, how do you remove it? If you cut it off, what happens? A scar forms. It reappears, oftentimes bigger than before. You know, you can't just cut it off. So what they had to do for me, and this is a very rare procedure, I'm very lucky that I got to get this because there aren't that many places that offer it, was cryotherapy, where they cut a tiny little puncture in it and they threaded a tube and they ran liquid nitrogen through the tube and they freeze it to kill all the cell tissue. But by destroying it that way rather than cutting it, there's nothing left to rebuild. You know, you don't you're not like cleanly cutting it off and then there's a big scar that can grow out again. You're killing every individual cell, all of them, with no exceptions, all over. You know. It's pretty cool. Kind of a pain though. How do they not kill the ear? Carefully. How does that not form a scar on the ceiling point? It's because of the way the frozen cells die off. They don't form like, you don't have a clean division between the stuff that's cut off and then the severed tissue and then the normal unaffected skin cells. You have a, like, it's hard to... The freezing destroys the cell wall, not the cell walls, it's not a plant, but it destroys like the cohesion between the cells as well as the cells themselves, which means that it basically just melts away. And what you do is you encourage the cells to develop a different healing response to the typical scarification one. Specifically, you're training the cells to respond as though it was a burn, which is basically what it is, right? Like a burn does the same thing as the liquid nitrogen in that it doesn't just cut cells, it kills them by subjecting them to temperatures that the cells can't survive in, you know? So when you're recovering from like a burn rather than from a cut, the body responds to it differently, which means that it's not producing all the collagen and so on that you would for a scar. However, it doesn't always work. It grew back. That's why I have one on my right ear. Didn't grow back on this side, did on this side. So. Isn't there a dimple where they put the thread? Yes. So why do my third-degree burns get keloids? Dog, I don't know. I'm not a fucking doctor. I'm just explaining what I remember. I know that, like, the body responds to burn injuries differently than it does to severances, right? So it's just a matter of, like, in a technical sense, like what chemicals it's responding to the injury with. Can piercings get keloids? Yeah, that's what happened to me. You know, I don't know. Well, anyway. Oglokug, thank you for the 100 Czech currency of some kind. It's called immanentizing the eschaton. I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate you communicating it to me in so generous a fashion. Hillel Finder, thanks the $10. This year, I am trying to push myself to read more. Apparently, audiobooks are much better for me. Just finished reading 1984. Nice. It's genuinely a really, really good book. As much as it's been memed, it's a phenomenal book, and I think everyone should read it, you know? Still alive, thank you for the $10. How worried are you the Trump regime will successfully steal the midterms? Not super worried. If anything, I think that Democrats in the midterms might outperform the Democratic polling average because they view it as a bunch of, like, local candidates rather than a big national candidate who represents the party. Oh, Kowalski from Nebraska, most of my medical issues are pretty minor, and a lot of them would be fixed if I just lived a more active lifestyle. So I'll fix them all. Don't worry. Wait, Vosh, do you get keloids from other cuts, like from kitchen accidents? No, I've gotten cuts all over my hands and arms and so on, just living life, and I've never gotten a keloid anywhere other than my ears. But I got the same keloid on both earlobes at the same time in the same way of the same size. So there's something about how I'm written genetically that makes me very, very susceptible to keloiding in my earlobes, but apparently nowhere else, which, okay, you know. Could be worse. J5L5M6, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Penguin people are essentially a subculture of school shooters. You can just say shooters. You don't have to say pew-pewers. I'm going to take as many of you with me as I can, etc. The global death cult. No. Genuinely, I truly believe that. I really do think that there is a strong ideological overlap between the mentality of school shooters and the mentality of the MAGA movement. That kind of like suicidality, this like blissful, nothing matters anymore because I've already found the plan for the end times, so I don't need to worry about all this stuff. It's all like a kind of death cult, right? Suicidality takes a similar shape in a bunch of different circumstances, you know? It's not good stuff, folks. Suicide is bad. Especially when you're taking the world or a school with you. Fun Cats, thank you for the 10 pounds. I'm British on the right and I don't really like you. Fair. But I have to admit you're the only person I can listen to and expect to hear the honest truth about the files. Bless you and thank you. Oh, well, you know, if whatever our disagreements, if we both hate Epstein and Israel and the Antichrist, then okay, that's something, right? That's something. I've been saying I hate the Antichrist like every fucking day now. I'll like stub my toe and say it. I said it the other day when I was I think I was grating a potato and I accidentally dropped the potato in the sink. It's it's true though. I do hate the Antichrist. It didn't allow me to type the S word. Really? Okay, that's YouTube then. That's not okay. That's fucked up. That's YouTube. That's not my chat censor. Shit, well, I'm sorry. That is cucked. You have any advice on how to avoid giving into despair? Stretching. Okay? You wanna hinge? You hinge, and then you go down as much as you can, and you're really feeling your hamstrings, right? You keep your back straight. Wah! And you go down as far as you can, and you just repeat that 10 times. Big old pike stretch, you know? Don't try to bend your back or whatever. You can just like hinge, just hinge at the waist. Thanks, I'm broken now. You know what I'm getting good at, by the way? I'm getting really good at the sumo squats. Or the horse stance squats, where you have your feet like nice and wide. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Holy shit. That's lower than I've ever gone. Look at that. How far can I go? Like, how wide and I can still, like, go to parallel? Wow. Woo. Oh, man. Progress on that one's coming quickly. Ooh, not easy, though. Ooh, not easy, though. Whew. Shaking my legs a little bit there. We are getting silly with it, yeah. It's hilarious. You think that's good squat depth? Lexi Globe, what the fuck are you doing? You just asked me how to avoid giving in to despair. And I showed you stretches. And this is how you repay me? I was going to parallel. Do you see how far apart my feet were? That was pretty far. Pretty far. My 100-year-old great-grandmother says hi. Hi. Vosh, I can literally just sit in a full squat position with my ass touching my ankles indefinitely low. Yeah, so can I, but my feet were really wide apart. Did you not see how fucking wide I was out like this. I'm doing parallel squats while my feet are like 3 times the width of my hips. This is easy. I could do this forever. Look at this. I'll just stream like this. I don't care. I can see chat. I can't really see chat. You're a little blurry. You were to me too. You were to me too. We still live? Yes, we are. Did I tell you guys about the knee stretches? What's in the back of your shirt? Double RL. Look, the knee stretches where you like you're on your feet and you do that and you really feel it right in your knees. Do that 10 times, go as deep as you can, and your knees will get stronger. Whoa. Just like that. Oh. That looks bad for the knees? No, it's good for it. Getting a workout. Got to work on my cardio, though. Man, I lose my breath like that. Angel Ninja, thank you for the 10 Australian. Hi from Australia. Hello to Australia. I've got friends in Australia. I hope you're doing well. Uncle Fester's Quest, thank you for the $10. MAGA are white blood cells engineered to attack anyone who tries to injure a purposefully constructed system run by oligarchs. Yeah, to an extent. The culture war created people who will, for petty and stupid reasons, jump the defense of capital over and over and over again. Mr. Sad Music, thank you for the extremely kind $50 dono. Obligation donation? You're not obligated to donate to me, though I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Sorry. I've got to get back in the Peloton. My cardio is so ass. I get winded. Like that. Like that. Like nothing. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $10. As a leftist liberal, I've been understanding more leftists and why they want to overhaul the system. My struggle is that my issue is that they struggle with resonating a lot of the working class people to theory-pilled. Yeah, to an extent. The leftist needs to understand their natural ally is the university student, not the Appalachian coal miner. And it can be difficult to do that outreach. But I think that for the most part, leftism is still seeing a pretty meteoric rise in its popularity over the past, over the past decade. God, since Bernie in 2016, it's been about a decade now. The number of people who would call themselves socialists has just skyrocketed, It is up there. And Kraken, thank you for the insanely kind... Oh, you card, you grinning jester, you. $67.67 donation. I get you. Oh, I get you. Yes, I do. Yes, sir. Hope post for a bit. You know what? I would like to say, and I mean this, I think that my stretching counted as hope posting. That in spite of this fucked up world, you can still do a deep squat with your feet wide. Look, my voice is fucking ragged right now, so let me hope post tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow we'll do some proper hope posting. Right now, I need a bit of a buffer, okay? But you can hold me to that. Always jump on a good old VGG and yell at me tomorrow, especially now that I seem to be a little bit better at talking than I was yesterday and the day prior. Large blue circle with the $5. Vosh, you got to end your streams with a single group stretch and get our chair force moving. I would probably be more willing to do that if I was more confident in my ability to speak after doing so, but I am pretty easy to win, so, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Kowalski, thank you for the $5. FDR suffered a sinus infection during the Pearl Harbor attack. Watered-down cocaine was swabbed in his nostrils prior to his infamy speech. I'll see you some. Fuck, man. Why don't we have access to the tools that our forebears had, you know? Why is everything getting worse? Sake, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I didn't think my Sundays of watching the Jerry Springer show while eating Chinese food with the valedictorian of my high school would ever be useful, but it does make viewing the incompetence and clickbait malice of the current admin make way more sense. Is this like what the turn of the century people felt with the circus? Maybe so. I don't know. I think that, like, it does help to understand modern social media if you are trying to make sense of the current administration, you know? I feel like oftentimes watching mainstream news talk about the Trump administration is a complete waste of time, not only because they're, you know, complicit or they're folded in with the same power structures, but also because they genuinely have no fucking idea what's going on. They have no clue. They have no idea why the Trump admin is acting this way. You know, they're like bewildered. They can't approach it from like a psychological or social state. They have to approach it purely from like wonky political analysis, which keeps failing them because a lot of the stuff they're doing is objectively irrational. I don't know. You have to get silly with it. And Yogg-Sothoth, thank you for the $5. Defended you on Hasanabi's subreddit and people lost their minds. It's like they hate you more than actual fascists. They may actually, you know. People tend to hate those who they perceive in their proximity more than they hate people who they perceive as, you know, distant foes. It's unfortunate, but no, my reputation is probably forever poisoned within that community for, you know, largely fucking stupid-ass reasons. But, you know, that doesn't mean arguing with people is going to change their minds. Usually, like, arguing with them over it only reminds me that they ought hate me, you know? Like, it reminds them to feel that way. But, yeah. I mean, I'm not happy about it. Of course not. Either way. Folks, I love you all very, very much. Please take care. And I'll be here tomorrow. We did 5 hours today. Yeah, we did 5 hours today. That's not so bad, huh? We sure showed that allergic congestion or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. All right. Sunday stream. I tend to stream on Sunday. The day that I don't want to stream is Tuesdays, because Tuesday's the day that I got a D&D campaign and got to do prep and so on and so on. All right. See you soon.